Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Anyone who experiences Jana Loka loses all forms of violence and fear because you know you exist in everyone. Jana Loka is centered on oneness expanded into multiple beings. Listen, if you are experiencing oneness, it is Maharloka. If you are experiencing oneness during the multiple expression, even though there are many people, but you know you are in all of them, that is Jana Loka. Even if you listen to these powerful cognitions, you will be irreversibly empowered. Oneness, decision to live in oneness leads you to heaven called Janoloka. Or you can call it Janaloka. Listen. I'll give you this example. If you feel you should be given food with love, compassion, do same to others. If you feel, even if you feel like taking marijuana, cocaine, drugs, alcohol, people around you should be ferocious and not to give you that, protect you. Do the same to others. If you feel the right thing should be done to you with love, do the same way to others. If you feel you should be protected from the wrong things, do the same to others. Listen carefully. There is nothing called right or wrong in Janaloka. It is all about oneness. It's all about oneness. There is no right, there is no wrong. In Janaloka, there is no law like womanizing is crime. Drugs are crime. This is right, that is wrong. There is no law. Oneness is right. If you feel alcohol, drugs are great, you want to enjoy, then share that with others. Oneness is the law of life in Janaloka. Of course, when you give drugs to others, then naturally you have to go through the criminal prosecution. That nobody can stop in this world. I am talking about Janaloka. In Janaloka, the only one principle is oneness. And I tell you, if you start behaving, acting, thinking from oneness, you will create an amazing team around you. Amazing team around you. Start bringing oneness as the scale. Bring oneness as the scale. I tell you, you will develop an amazing Janaloka around you. Amazing Janaloka around you. Understanding oneness, celebrating oneness. Wherever you can't implement oneness due to the law of the land, making it clear to people around you, hey, this is what is oneness as far as I understand. That's what I do to my body, myself. But the law of the land requires this. I wanted to tell you clearly upfront. Even if you start making things clear, you will develop an amazing team around you. Implementing oneness as core strategy of your existence makes you to go to Janaloka and makes the Janaloka manifest around you. And next level about Janaloka, metaphysically, consciously, knowing clearly what you feel as good, bad, right, wrong for you. Same way people feel. If you want attention, people want attention. If you want to be loud, people want to be loud. If you want to be celebrated, people want to be celebrated. Janaloka means where billions of beings exist in complete sync. All of them are in the state of Advaita. All of them feel one with each other. Listen. Nithyananda of Janaloka experienced the oneness experience 360 degree at the age of 12. If you know what I experienced, what I describe as first enlightenment experience, the 360 degree, I felt I am alive. How much I am alive in the skin, the same level I am alive in the stone, plants, everything around me. After that, I could not even pluck a grass. Even for puja, I will only take a part of the grass, leaving the grass to live. Only one part I will take it and offer it for puja. I cannot uproot a grass. Because I know I exist. I exist. I exist. Nithyananda stationed at Janaloka experienced the oneness Advaita with everything and landed into the Nithyananda stationed at Bhuloka. Arunachala hill is connected to the whole, all 14 lokas. He is 14 loka. Embodiment of 14 loka, Paramashiva. All 14 lokas are within him. Arunachala has the address in all 14 lokas. If you write letter Arunachala, Bhuloka, Arunachala, Swarloka, Arunachala, Maharloka, Arunachala, Janaloka, Arunachala, Tapoloka, in all 14 lokas, there won't be any address confusion. Simply the letter will be delivered. Because in all 14 lokas he exists. And more. Because he is the Linga. He is the Linga. Not just Sangha. Listen. Kailasa is Sangha. I am not disrespecting Kailasa. I am giving you the understanding. Kailasa is Sangha. Arunachala is Linga. Paramashiva himself. Deity. Actually, to tell you honestly, the system, if the body is allowed to function, even if it breaks the bone, there will not be pain. Pain is, why me? That's all is pain. Okay. Not the fracture. Not the, I'm telling you from my experience, I had a fracture, multiple compound fracture. We have videograph. From those days I used to go for this horse riding. All right. I was lean and thin those days. So I was going on the horse and we were coming near the Vaidya. Some of my brahmacharis saw me and they got excited and played the Karpuswami song. Karpuswami song is the Kalabhairava invoking Kalabhairava song that like a Swagatam means, oh Kalabhairava, please land, come. We usually use that song for invoking Kalabhairava. And suddenly I saw that Kalabhairava was opening up in my body and the body has become triple time heavy. Usually when he lands, it becomes very heavy. And the horse got frightened. It was not actually poor horse's mistake. That fellow, he was... Suddenly, if you see, 3 persons are sitting on you, without, you see, horses, if they see somebody is claiming on him, he will be psychologically prepared. And the poor fellow is not seeing anybody claiming on him, but the weight has become suddenly 3 times more. He got shaken. He started running, so I fell and I had a fracture. I just got up and said, I think there's a fracture, let's give a medical attention. Morning 7:30, the fracture happened, we have video. And then I described how in our naval center, we have our emergency 911 ambulance. So please understand, all our bodies are equipped to handle all our emergencies. Every medicine needed is in our naval center. Manipatmeham. That Manipatma in the navel is nectar. It has everything to repair our body. So I was seeing very clearly from there all the emergency supply. going to that place to repair, and I was describing the whole scene. And only evening they did whatever need to be done, the surgery and everything. I insisted that do it without anesthesia, but they said, no, you are a VIP, we can't take the risk. And all right, anyhow, that story is different. I tell you from my experience, fracture doesn't give pain. If you think why me gives pain. At least I have 5 incidents of my kids falling and having fracture. No question of even pain. No, not even the idea of pain. When I say, hey, you can have 25 independent intelligent energies. You can make 25 independent power manifestations at a time. If you feel one with it, if you are vibrating with it, if you feel, yeah, when I can do third eye and make the Atmalinga stand erect, all these 2-3 things at a time, I can do 25 power manifestation at a time. If you vibrate with it, you are in oneness with me. We both are meeting in Jana Loka. The teleportation of Jana Loka is happening into Bhuloka in you. If I say, you can perform 25 intellectual acts at a time, like you can smell, you can hear, you can write, you can solve maths, all 25 actions at a time. If you feel connected, wow, yes, it is possible. Then, from Swargaloka, teleportation is happening from Swargaloka of you to Bhuloka. If you understand, 25 powers can be manifested simultaneously at a time. Then, from the Janaloka, the teleportation of you from the Janaloka is happening into the you in Bhuloka. If this consciousness can move these hands, why not the air next to the hands? Why not the stone next to the air? Why not the hill next to the stone? The powerful cognitions have started manifesting. And the powerful cognitions have brought understanding, knowledge, powers, all rooted, centered on this one click. If there is something which is you, which can give a command to move this matter, and this matter moves, the ultimate is in you. It can tell, command, order any matter to move. Understand? The moment you decide, it can command any matter to move, manifesting Shaktis starts. I am telling it is not moving is inauthenticity, powerless cognitions, the conclusions before even you try. Have you told this board to move and it did not move? If that is the case, you have not told to the board the way in which the board can listen. So change the method of telling till the board listens, not doubt the technology of Advaita, which is the source.
Nithyananda. Now, what we all learned about is the secret of Janaloka. The way the detailed revelations Swamiji gave, what is Janaloka? Understand, the 14 lokas is real, it exists. Human beings are not constrained just to be within this one planet Earth alone. Even what we think as the known universe, like we already think that, okay, we know that there's a lot of galaxies existing, there's so many universes existing, but even that knowledge is only limited. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, there's a very clear revelation of how whatever is known universe is also only still Bhuloka, Loka. There is totally 14 lokas existing. Janaloka is one such plane where you can exist in multiple bodies at the same time. Here, even if you experience the ultimate state of oneness, you only experience oneness at one particular level. Whatever is the ultimate state of oneness that you experience would still be limited to only your understanding of, probably in a psychological level you experience oneness, probably in an emotional level you experience oneness. But, and it is like a reality. Maximum, we experience it as a reality. Yes, we know it is there. It is a truth, and then you experience reality. But in Janaloka, you experience it as super reality because everyone there exists with this one powerful cognition of how oneness is their super reality, not just reality, but super reality. And in that state, your oneness becomes so intense, so intense. You exist through multiple bodies at the same. And if you experience your identity in Janaloka, you lose all your violence, any violence, jealousy, conflicts, fear, because you know you exist in everyone. See, when you experience oneness, let us say, for example, you want to manifest powers. Now you feel, when you see Swamiji's manifesting powers, and you suddenly experience that oneness with Swamiji, and you also start manifesting that power. That takes you up to Maharloka. But if you're experiencing oneness during the multiple expression, even though there are many people, but you know you're in all of them, that takes you to Janaloka. For example, if you're able to read through your third eye, then you experience Maharloka because that experience only starts from the space of oneness. But if you're able to read not just through your third eye, but through another person's third eye also, that experience takes you to Janaloka. Absolutely no conflict, no protest, no fight. It's a conscious existence without patterns. There's no patterns, no habits, no traffic rules, there's no accidents. Every day we have so many accidents happening in the road. Some other person keeps dying, despite of us having so many advanced traffic rule systems, traffic police, etc., etc. But we lose so many people. Now, out of these, so many people being there, traffic police being there, so many accidents are happening. Then shouldn't there be accidents happening in this huge universe, which has no traffic rules, no traffic police? That is the state of oneness. That's actually in Janaloka, there's no traffic police, Swamiji says, because there is zero need for a traffic police or a traffic rule, because you know you are existing in multiple people's bodies. You know that you are, imagine and see, how many of you struggle to delegate work to people? How many of you have the struggle to delegate work to people? Like you are running a company and you have some colleagues working under you, but you find it very difficult to assign work to them. You always find there's like you feel that they wouldn't do what you want them to do. How many of you feel like, rather than me giving this to someone, let me myself finish it, and I feel I would be like really successful with this when I do it by myself? Why should I give it to someone else? Who feel this? Who all have this trouble? Many of us have this as a trouble. Am I right? Who all have it? Raise your hands. All right. So now, those who raise your hands, what if we told you yourself, instead of you operating from one body, one mind, one brain, suddenly you get the power. You can do everything through multiple bodies, where all the people who are even working with you are still going to be experiencing oneness with you, and you can do all of them. That is the state of Janaloka. Imagine and see what a world it is. Now, there's a beautiful reference, the Shastra Pramana for Janaloka. This from the Mrigendra Agama. Actually, everything, all these things are detailedly described in our scriptures. And Swamiji is reviving all these scriptures and revealing it to us from these scriptures. Mahodvikotiryadraste Marichadi Munivrajaha Janoshtakotyavachinnaha Pitrajanujjanashrayaha. It comes in the Mrigendra Agama Vidyapatala. It says very beautifully, Mahaloka, the abode of Marichi, and other such eminent sages is above the Swargaloka, raising to the height of 2 crores of yojanas. And above this is the Janaloka. It is the place where the Pitrus and the sages such as Janu and others are living. Its height is 8 crores of yojanas. 1 yojana is approximately 8 to 9 miles. So 8 crores of yojanas. A crore is like, it's equivalent to 100 million. So 800 million yojanas is where the Janaloka is. How many of you are understanding so far? How many of you are with me? Please raise your hands if you have understood so far. Great. Now let's understand this a little bit more also. See, whatever we are learning is actually, it's very, very, very powerful, because this science, you are not going to be able to get it anywhere else. This science of Janaloka and learning about the existence of various lokas This is not something that we get to learn anywhere else. You all can take a note of this. This is a very, very, very powerful Shastra Pramana that we have, where in the scriptures it's very clearly describing how the Janaloka is existing. Now let's take a few minutes. We're going to enter into an internalizing exercise. If there is something which is you, which can give command to move this matter, and this matter moves, the ultimate is in you. Swamiji explained this very beautifully. Take a few minutes and write down 5 aspects in your life where you can apply this powerful cognition. Please start now. All right. So now with this powerful cognition, let us enter into power manifestation. Are all of you ready? Shall we all enter into the power manifestation now? And also wanted to share with all the participants to make this one of the best, to make this as a lifestyle. One of the best things we can do is start living, practicing this one meal a day lifestyle. All right. Now let's enter into the power manifestation. I request all the participants to take a few minutes and post how many of you are able to manifest at least one power so far. If you have been able to have breakthrough in one power at least so far, please post it here in the chat. Now we are going to be going into the power of shifting another person's inner space. You're going to connect with another person and you're going to work on shifting their inner space. This is the exact power that we are all going to be manifesting. So much explained about what oneness is. Janaloka is about that space of oneness. And when you know, see, it's in your hand, something is happening. Let's say an ant is coming on your hand. Do you need someone else to come and tell you that, like, for example, let us say that I'm holding this Atmalinga on my hand. So I'm going to hold this Atmalinga on my hand. The knowledge that my Atmalinga is on my hand, if someone else doesn't need to come and tell me, right? I'm going to feel it, so I'm going to know it. Like how? A knowledge of what's there in the hand, you're able to know because you already feel one as a hand, you feel it's a part of you. Same way, if you feel another person is also a part of you, the same consciousness resides inside of you is the same consciousness that is there even in the other person. The moment you feel this, the moment you're cognizing this, you will have the knowledge of what is that even in the other person's inner space. What exactly is the issue, the struggle that they are struggling with. I request the participants to make partners within the program itself. Please take a few minutes. And within this program itself, please form partners. One person should be Nitya, another person should be Ananda. Please form partners. Andrea, you do not need a coconut. You just need a partner to be within this program. Maha, Amuda, Patricia, Rajeshwari, Vamadevananda, I request all of you to form partners within the program. Please take a moment. My you decided looking for the Nitya partner. Quickly, all of you, Mareka Pai, Ma Andrea, Ma Mahakala Kala Yogini, Ma Waiting Zoo. I request all of you to form partners. Great. So now let us enter into the power. You're going to first. You're not going to ask them. Let us say, I'm just going to give an example. Let's see who are the partners here. Ma Hedi Shlak, whom are you manifesting with? Who's your partner? And Ma Andrea, who are you manifesting with? I request all of you to please post here in the chat. Okay, Ma Istak and Ma Andrea, you both can be partners. Ma Istak and Ma Andrea. I request all others also please form partners within here. So I'm going to give an example. So let us say that Ma Istak and Ma Andrea. Ma Andrea is, let us say, the Nitya team, and Ma Istak is Ananda team. So now, Ma Andrea, the first round, the Nitya team is going to scan the Ananda team. And the next round, Ananda team is going to scan the Nitya team. Now listen carefully. Now let us say the Nitya team, Ma Andrea, is going to be, you're not going to ask Ma Istak, what is the issue you're having? What is the struggle you're having? No, you're not going to ask any of them. Just ask her to share one reality she wants to manifest. Any one. You can just directly message each other. Any one reality she wants to manifest. Next, you are not going to be asking her, okay, what is the issue you're having? No. That issue, you are going to be scanning and you're going to be finding out. For example, let us say my sister is saying, I want to become a serving everyday HMO. This is the reality I want to manifest. And you're going to actually scan to her inner space. See how you are able to have knowledge of yourself. Same, because she's a part of you, you will have knowledge about her inner space. Connect with Swamiji. Swamiji will actually reveal to you. Look into her inner space. You'll suddenly see the revelation. What is the exact blind spot? First, take a few minutes and type down that blind spot and then share. Then my sister can acknowledge, see how much she's able to lead it. Then you'll be doing vice versa. Are all of us clear? So let's enter now into the power. Please chant the Mahavakya. Please start the power manifestation.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Relax. And if you can settle down, please relax. I request you all to please share. How many of you have started manifesting? Actually, understand the powers that we're going to be manifesting today, all of them are built upon, based on how you can actually manifest oneness in relationships, how you can actually manifest, identify the problems that is there in relationships and how you can manifest it. Okay. Ma Margarita Vasconcelos, are you manifesting, ma? See, I request all of you to sincerely sit and manifest powers. Ma Xiang Zing Zhao. Ma Xiang Zing Zhao. See, all of you are here for a breakthrough, right? All of you have taken 16 hours of your day to be here. And you're very sincere about you wanting to experience Paramashivoham. When you have taken your time out from your busy schedule, and when you have made yourself available here, do not miss that breakthrough just because of a small resistance pattern that is stopping you. Please always, in any power manifestation, do not ever skip them. Because the more and more and more times you keep doing it, the more and more you'll have breakthrough in the way you're manifesting it. So, Ma Istak and Ma Andrea, have you both manifested? Ma Veralushi Agostino, Ma Ratnaprabha, Ma Suganyana Swarupini, Ma Mahakalakala Yogini, Ma Susan, Ma Karim Shivanagarajan, Ma Yan Zhang, Ma Msakala, Beiping Zhu, Ma Ho Ching. Okay, all of you listen very carefully. Every single time that you have a problem, every single time that you have a struggle in manifesting something in the way you want, again and again go back to this one principle. See, today whole day, the thought current we're going to learn is seeing ourselves in others, others in ourselves. Now we're going to be understanding deeper level of what does it mean. Okay, I can see myself in others, others in myself means what? Like how do I see someone in me? How do I see me in someone? It is not fitting yourself in others' shoes. No, it has nothing to do with that. This whole thing is about you manifesting the experience of oneness with others. So let us see how do you actually do that. Let us listen to the revelations from Swamiji.
Understand? People cognize relationship in various shades. Sometimes monogamous, sometimes polygamous, sometimes complete celibacy, sometimes complete suppression, not celibacy, suppression, sometimes over expression, over sexed. Various shades. First thing I want to tell you, I am not going to tell you what is right, what is wrong, what you should do, what you should not do. No. I am going to tell you cosmic constitution, what Paramashiva wants, how he looks at the shades of relationships, like a rainbow shades, how he looks at the whole shades. That's all I'm going to tell you. Understand? Listen very carefully, because I don't want to say something is right, something is wrong, because it all depends upon the natural selection you have done, your body has done. Understand? You are totality of your body and consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. That is what Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, cosmic constitution describes you. Chit Jata Granthi. The conscious decisions of your Anma, soul, natural selections of your body, DNA, these two overlapping on each other, forming a knot is you. Now, this conscious decision and natural selection, these two, how it is matching, overlapping, decides whether you are going to be a celibate, suppressed, monogamous, just having one or two affairs outside your legitimate relationship, or polygamous. All that is going to be decided by these two overlapping. Your conscious decision process and your natural selection DNA. Listen. Just because every one of you have a human body, do not think you are all human beings. This generalization is the worst crime done against you. Each one of you are unique, because your conscious decision process is not measured by any so-called rational scientific methodology till now. Only the natural selection, DNA evolution, natural selection is studied. Only that part is studied and understood. Understand? Just because the science has not yet evolved to study something, you trying to deny, that is a mediocre mentality. Be very clear. Do not accept authority. Blind faith on so-called rational system. Listen. Blind faith on so-called rational system and bowing down to the authority of the rationality never allows you to see the reality. Please understand. Before even the science was catching up with the reality, reality was reality. If you have taken the body from animal to human being first time, now only you have done the natural selection process and jumped into the human body. Naturally, your senses will need too much of support from the external inspiration, like a lot of quantity of food will be required, lot of sights pleasure, lot of music pleasure, lot of smell pleasure, lot of touch pleasure, lot of sexual pleasure. Too much is needed to keep yourself engaged, entertained, alive. And if you are denied of all that, you'll be depressed. That's a problem. You'll be depressed. So I don't want to say what is right, what is wrong. I don't want to give you a kind of a generalized solution. I will reveal the sacred secrets Paramashiva reveals. If you have already done the survival, means the natural selection process, more and more means from animal body you took the jump to human body. In the human body you lived few births and you have done a lot of conscious decision and more natural selection, and you evolved your system. Suddenly, listen carefully, too much of shadow of conscious decision gets embedded into your natural selection process, and you develop something called Divya Sarira, light body, which reduces your sensual needs drastically to keep you alive and excited. Means, if your Divya Sarira develops more and more, with less input from the external world, you will be more alive, joyful, excited, inspired, radiating. You may not need sense pleasures to keep you alive and active. Now, you need to look in and see where you are standing in your natural selection process and where you want to go using your conscious decision power. Natural selection is not prison if you know to use conscious decision. If you don't use conscious decision, the natural selection DNA you evolved can be a prison. Understand? If you know how to get out of a room, that room is a room for you, not prison. If you don't know how to get out of a room, then that room itself is a prison for you. Understand? 5-time planet Earth has gone through complete extinction, but life comes back. That life you are carrying inside. That life you are carrying inside. Understand? That life flourishes, manifests, raises its frequency, rules life by more and more conscious decisions and powerful cognitions. That is the greatest asset you can gather when you are a baby, when you are growing up. That is the best asset. I should say that is a fundamental right for all human beings. I have a small video. I wanted all of you to see a video called Cosmic Eye. Then I'll explain. Understand, knowing the telescopic and microscopic reality of you, self, God, Ishvara, Jagat, universe, makes you make right decisions about relationships. Understand? Don't think I'm giving an impractical solution for your simple day-to-day problems. No. No band-aid solution can help you in your relationships. You think Just a plastic smile can help you completely be happy with your family and relationships? No. Your core need to cognize powerful cognition. Only then your attitudes and understanding about you and life will get matured. Maturity means having the telescopic and microscopic vision, clarity, powerful cognition about everything you are handling in your life. Everything you are handling in your life having telescopic and microscopic vision is what I call enlightenment. When you know life cannot be destroyed, you know nothing can touch you, you will start loving and being compassionate with everyone. You can't destroy me, so I'm compassionate and loving to you. You are not a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for you. From that powerful cognition, when you love, that's a real love. Understand, whether love or life or laughter or dance, everything has to be from powerful cognition. The shades of relationship is decided by the conscious decision process. Decide to use the conscious decision process to break free from the DNA you developed by natural survival. Whatever expression you do from the truth you are, consciousness, sparkle of Paramashiva, whatever you manifest from this truth is relationship. Everything else, whatever you manifest from the idea you are a body or just mind, just emotion, will all be only situationship, not relationship. Listen intensely. These two words are the key words. Relationship, situationship. The inner understanding, the core understanding about you. If you have the understanding, you are consciousness. You are manifestation, sparkle of Paramashiva. From that space, whatever you build, you manifest. Whether you move towards food or seeing, listening, touching, sexual relationship, anything. Whatever you manifest from the space you are Paramashiva, it will all be a relationship, amazing relationship. All relationships are good for you because from the move, from the space you are Paramashiva, when you move towards anything, you will only experience oneness. You will only manifest more good. Understand? From the space you are Paramashiva, even if you eat, that food will become one with you and you will become one with that food. You will bless the food and the food will bless you. You will do good to the food and food will do good to you. It will all be amazing, auspicious relationship. I'm giving the example of food, whether food or any sense, listening, smelling, seeing, touching, including sexual relationship. If you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, including sexual relationship, all will be auspicious, lead to more and more oneness. this beautiful Ardhanarishwara will be your experiential reality. Ardhanarishwara is the pure manifestation of the cosmic union, Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Listen. From the space, you are Paramashiva. When you operate, you are literally living God. Not God-man, living God. Understand? Anything you do from the idea, your body, your mind, it will all be just situationship. Do not expect any relationship started with the idea you are just a body and mind to be a permanent relationship in your idea, in your life. Even the word relationship is wrong. Everything you do from the idea your body and mind is just situationship. So don't blame the situations, other person, anything. You are trying to get milk, cow milk from chicken, from hen. No, it is not possible. Don't expect the fulfillment of a relationship from situationship. Most of you get into so-called relationships because the situation pushed you into it, that's all. Even if it was your willful decision, the will you carry is operated, it functioned, it manifested from the idea, your body and mind. See, you operate from the idea of body and mind, but you expect something which can come only from consciousness. Fulfillment, completion, peace, all these can come only from consciousness. Something which can come only from consciousness, how do you expect it from the operations you did from the idea your body and mind? So listen. Contemplate and meditate intensely. See how you build situationships in your life, but you expect the results, fulfillment which can come only from relationship. I tell you, from the right space, anything originates will be an amazing relationship. With the wrong space, anything originates will be just situationship. I'm not saying situationships are wrong. I'm only saying don't expect too much from situationship. At least be very clear. Your situationship cannot give you what relationship can give. You marry ordinary man or a woman who is cunning, strategic, violent, exploiting, manipulating exactly like you, and you expect the other person should behave like Paramashiva, should give you everything you will get only from Paramashiva or Paramashiva Shakti. What is this? Listen. You get into a relationship. You marry a male or a female, someone exactly like you. Hypocritical, cunning, exploitative, manipulative, cheating, strategic. You marry exactly a person like you. You get into a relationship with exactly a person like you. But you expect you should get everything you will get only from Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti from the other person. Situationship cannot give what relationship can give you. Relationships are different. Situationships are different. Only the absolute honest connection you have with your consciousness, through your consciousness with Paramashiva, only call that as relationship. Everything else, call it a situationship. Listen. You cognizing, knowing your consciousness, your relationship with your consciousness, that can be called as relationship. Through the realization you are consciousness, the relationship you build with Paramashiva, that can be called as relationship. Other than this, do not call anything as relationship. Everything else is situationship. Everything else is situationship. Listen. This one truth will solve all your problems of life about relationships. All your relationship problems can be resolved with this one understanding. This one understanding can resolve everything. Other than your conscious relationship with yourself, your conscious relationship with Paramashiva, everything else is situationship. Meditate on this. Understand. Discovering oneness within you is powerful cognition manifestation. Means you apply the right powerful cognitions within you, you will discover oneness within you. You apply the powerful cognitions in your life, you will discover oneness in relationships. The whole married life in Hinduism is all about discovering oneness in the relationships. Listen, more and more powerful cognitions were asked to be applied, to be manifested. More and more powerful cognitions were supposed to be breathed and lived. I tell you, more powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with you. More powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with others. Fundamentally, oneness in relationships is nothing but more and more powerful cognitions. Means the cognitions you carry about you, life, cosmos, body, mind, pleasure, pain, right, wrong, sex, lust, greed, death, all this should become very high, powerful cognitions. The more and more powerful cognitions, more and more you will discover oneness within you. Understand, oneness has nothing to do with so-called peace. Sometimes you can get peace just by becoming life negative, not doing anything. Many depressed people are very peaceful. They look very peaceful. They are almost silent. Peace, the so-called peace, is not a real powerful cognition. When you have real powerful cognition, you experience peace, no doubt. No doubt you experience peace. The kind of the peace you experience is called Paramashant. When powerful cognitions become your core cognitions, your basic ingredient, it is the substance for you to exist, then you start discovering oneness. You start discovering oneness. I strongly recommend, when you fill yourself with these kind of powerful cognitions, I tell you, you will come to a realization, just like you feel insecure, the other person feels insecure. You feel greed, other person feels greed. You feel attention need, other person feels attention need. You will realize the oneness between you and the other person. You will have such overflowing love and compassion. When you realize your oneness with the other person, you will just be ready to heal the other person's insecurity, fear. You will have so much of your inner space, I tell you. Your inner space will become so vast. You will be able to just act that person. I am not saying, please listen, I am not saying all your conflicts will immediately be destroyed. You will come to an understanding. No. First thing will happen, both of you know, you reflect each other. Then suddenly you will see that maturity both of you feel, experience. Conflicts will evaporate. Not that you sit and sort out one by one, no. Conflicts will just evaporate. Understand, whenever you know the other person is you and your reflection, you know how the other person is going to respond every moment, and you know how you should be acting and reacting. I tell you, knowing the other person is your reflection is power. It's not just a spiritual strength. It is a real power in the world. You just know how the other person is going to behave. You just know how to deal with him. Because you know he is going to reflect you. You just need to see which part of you he is going to reflect. And you know how to handle that part. And you handle that part and that person over. How you handle your greed, same formula applies to handle his greed. How you handle your fear, same formula applies to handle his fear. How you handle your inspiration, same formula applies to handle his inspiration. How you handle your laziness, the same formula applies to handle his laziness. How you handle your cunningness, the same formula applies to handle his cunningness. Knowing the other person is your reflection makes you intelligent, Deciding to use compassion to heal the other person makes you God. It's life. Whoever decides for life, compassion as the strategy for their existence, live like a God in the cosmos. In relationships, not just relationship with human beings. Even the chair you sit, you have a relationship with it. Every item you use, you have a relationship with it. And I wanted to tell you, I am successful in downloading 3 pages of the Cosmic Archives, Akashic readings directly into my computer without any logical, rational answer how it happened. Soon I'll make this science established, proven, and then reveal it to the world how it happened. When you build relationship, everything with which you live, they all become so happy with you, they start favoring you. They start becoming part of you. They start enjoying you, and you start enjoying them. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. Understand? When you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you'll experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone.
Swamiji has given such an amazing technique. How you can discover oneness in relationships. Right now, all of us have so much of, let's say, bitterness or so much of incompletions in our relationships that we all tend to juggle with. Whether we tell the concept of marriage or the way we have any relationships in life, most of the times, the way we see these relationships in life, they've all become reduced to merely just okay, they're just for the time value, the utility value of the relationships. Actually, every relationship in life is a manifestation of for you to experience, to have a higher experience in life, to transverse towards enlightenment. Just through the relationships that you have in life, you can experience enlightenment itself. It is possible, it is practical, and it's a clear science. The way we experience relationships, we transmit the same experience to our relation. Have you seen many times when parents fight? The children who watch that fight happening, they back and reflect the same own relationships in life. Because the way we all experience the relationships, the way we all manifest the relationships in life is always based on our limited ideas. Or if I have to put it the other way, it always is very, very constricted based on our idea or understanding of how we should manifest life, how our life happens based on our intuitions, patterns, perceptions. That's how we all see relationships, and that's how we all transmit the experience also. There's a very interesting story I have for this. A small child goes to her mother and asks, Mom, how do human beings happen? The mom looks at the child and says, Oh, God created Adam and Eve, and they created kids. Those kids created more kids, and they created more kids. And this way, the human beings have come to existence. The child understands kind of. So after a few days, she again wants to know the answer. So the child goes to her father and asks, Dad, how did human beings happen? The dad looks at her and says, Oh, honey, human beings came from monkeys long, long ago. There were only monkeys all over our planet. There were no people. It was all monkeys all over. And the human race evolved from those monkeys over the period of time. This girl is thoroughly confused. Her mom told human beings came from Adam and Eve. Her dad is telling human beings came from monkeys. So this girl is thoroughly confused. She decides to go back to her mother. So she goes to her mother and asks, Mom, you said God created Adam and Eve and the human race happened from them. But dad says long ago there were monkeys and we came from them, which is true. The mom looks at the child and says, Very simple, dear. I told you about my side of the family. Your father told you about his side of the family. Understand? At every situation in life, every relationship in life, we all always perceive based on our patterns. There is no such thing called the green ideal relationships, a fairy tale wedding. Go back to every so-called fairy tale wedding. After some time, the so-called love starts fading away. That is why today divorce rates are at its peak. Every youth that is getting married, the millennials or the Gen Zs that are getting into relationships, every one of them have divorce rates, which is peaking high. Why? Because somehow, in the due course of time, like somebody beautifully explained, we've all lost touch with reality, touch with the experience. When a child is brought up, you see movies. What do you see in movies? You see heroes giving chocolates and roses to heroines, and you see that that dream wedding. You see that beautiful wedding, that happily ever after type of portrayals. They all show till how the relationship gets into a commitment, but they don't show us what happens after that commitment. Because we see these kind of movies, we see constantly on social media and Instagram, the couple goals in Instagram or in YouTube Reels, in YouTube Shorts. We see all of these and we have so many ideas that we build. This is what Swamiji was telling, that all relationships in life is what we live based on our perceptions, never based on the actual experience of the person in front of us. Swamiji explained exactly this truth to us. We are so busy on our understanding of how we see this Instagram versus reality. That's how it happens. We see, this is how it should be, dream life. But when we actually get into relationship, it's completely the opposite.
So now this is exactly what we are going to be working on. We all learned about discovering oneness in relationships. And Swamiji gave a very, very, very powerful understanding about what relationships itself even means, right? Oneness in relationships is nothing but more and more powerful cognition means the cognitions that you carry about you, life, cosmos, body, mind, pleasure, pain, right, wrong, everything, grief, death, lust, all these should become very high powerful cognitions. Imagine and see, how many of you notice that once you started doing the programs, you started doing the powerful power manifestations, learning powerful cognitions, how many of you saw that drastically there is a reduction in your violence, in your response to life? And there's been an improvement in your relationships. How many of you have seen that? See, because when your cognitions about life gets upgraded, for example, the moment you start cognizing, you are consciousness. And you start understanding how the relationships actually work, how to experience oneness, how you and the other person, both of you are actually in oneness. You will see and understand and cognize very clearly how you are existing even in the other person, how that person is behaving, all the hypocrisy you have, he has, All the cunningness you have, he has. So how you handle yourself, you start handling even the other person. And that would become the way how you deal with your relationships. It's very important for us to understand how we cognize, how the cognitions impact our space of consciousness. Okay, Meister is asking, with some people, it's harder to experience oneness. Meister, coming to that, actually, see, the only thing that is stopping our experience of oneness is our incompletions. It might be, people might have been really bad to you, people might have done something wrong to you, but first, the cognition upgradation needs to happen to you. Then, either those people will just get dropped out from your life, or you'll have the power to transform them. The very way they occur to you completely changes. Oneness has nothing to do with so-called peace. So sometimes you can get peace just by becoming light negative, by not doing anything, by just withdrawing from something. You're not able to experience oneness with someone. Just by withdrawing from them, you can call it as peace. But no, oneness is a power. Power coming from powerful cognition of oneness, where you know you exist, not just in your body, but you exist even in other people also. When the powerful cognitions become your core cognitions, your basic ingredient, the substance from which you exist, then you start discovering oneness in your relationships. That's it's very important that anyone, first, that's why today first we're going to work on the 11 people team, where you're going to choose 11 people as your team, and with them you're going to experience one. And we will also learn how to complete with others and experience oneness in those relationships also. When you feel yourself, that extremely powerful cognitions will come to realization. Just like how you feel insecure, the other person also feels insecure. The grief that you have, the other person also feels the same grief. You feel attention need, other person also is feeling attention need. You realize the oneness within you, the other person. Whether you know the other person is you and your reflection, you know how the other person is going to respond every moment, and you know how you should be acting and then. Understand this is the most powerful key in this whole thing that we learn. The most powerful key. That is all take a few minutes. And we're going to do a small exercise. We're going to identify in situations in your life how exactly you respond. You see, the other person also wants the same thing. How by you cognizing this in that situation? For example, you are in a fight, conflict with your spouse. You feel so strongly he's wrong, you are right. And you feel inside of you, why is he not just understanding what I'm saying? Now, you're going to revisit that situation and you're going to see, hey, what I have, what I'm carrying, it's the same thing he's also carrying. If I feel like I need to be listened to, he's also feeling the same thing. Let me see, how could I have done the same situation, dealt the same situation in a better manner? Take a few minutes like this, at least identify 5 such incidents in your life and please write it down. Please start the exercise now.
Nithyanandam, I hope all of you are ready and excited for the power manifestation session now. The power which we are going to be manifesting is the power of mind reading. Mind reading? Yes, you heard me right. So, what is this power? All of you must be thinking, are you going to control my mind? No. First, let me explain the context of this power to all of you. See, we all have thoughts, memories, incidents, cognitions that develop from the time we remember ourselves. They may be good or bad, but this is what becomes the foundation of our life. And whether we realize it or not, they impact us in a positive or negative way later in our life. For example, now all of you visualize yourself as a small child sitting in the classroom, and the teacher asks you a question. And out of your excitement, you jump up and answer without thinking, and it turns out to be the wrong answer. And your best friend next to you starts laughing at you. So let's say you feel humiliated and ashamed of yourself. This small pattern, this small incident can become a deep pattern inside of you, a deep incompletion, even if you're not aware of it. So what happens? Naturally, you will start refraining yourself from answering next time out of the fear that you will be laughed at. And this incompletion will slowly grow and will affect you even once you grow up. Whether it's in front of a group, your family, your friends, you'll still always think twice before answering. Why? Because of this fear that you will be laughed at or humiliated. Are all of you able to visualize and understand this? Great. So, how is this related to the power of mind reading? This power of mind reading is where the third eye can reveal the incidents, the incompletions, the root patterns, and much more, which are still affecting you till date, whether or not you are aware of it. But there are different levels of mind reading, and today we are going to be manifesting the first level, which is completion with others. Are all of you excited? Yes. Why is completion with others so important? First, we should understand that only when we are complete with ourselves, only when we know what is happening within ourselves, we will be able to understand another person's problem or scan or help them to come out of that problem. And we are so disconnected from ourselves that we don't even know what we're incomplete about. So we keep on ignoring our incompletions. We keep on, it's like, for example, we have a beautiful diamond ring. If you keep adding mud on top of it, will you be able to see the shine? Will you be able to see the diamond glowing? No, right? Because it's covered with mud. This is what we do. Actually, by ourselves, we have a very beautiful space. But each and every incident, incompletion, which happens, we keep piling it up instead of completing. We keep ignoring it and piling it up. And we end up building a huge pile of incompletions that we don't even know what we're incomplete about. Are all of you able to relate with me? If you're able to relate to this, I request if you could post a message in the chat. Just think back and see in your day-to-day life. Any incident, for example, let's say you just fought with your friend. It's a silly argument, and you fought with your friend. And even that small incompletion, you just take it and add it to a big Pandora box which you're having inside of yourself, where you're storing all of your incompletions. But do we ever look back and do we ever realize or try completing with what we're holding on to? No, we just keep ignoring them. And because of all of this chaos, we are so insensitive, not only to ourselves, to even what is happening around us. So this power which we're going to be manifesting today is where you are going to be first realizing and understanding the image which another person is thinking about. So first, I request all of you to get a partner, sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And first request the consent of the other person, or ask their permission if you can scan them, and request them to think about some image. Then connect to your third eye. First, drop all of the thoughts, doubts, incompletion, everything which is arising inside of you. Put everything aside, relax, come into the space of oneness and clutching. When you start doing that, you will see that all of the chaos which is happening inside of you, oh, will I be able to do it? Will I be able to scan the other person? All of your doubts, incompletions, everything will start settling down, and you will be able to connect to the other person. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Ask your partner to think of an image and write it down on a piece of paper. Then connect to Swamiji. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Chant the Mahavakya and start scanning the image which your partner is thinking. And remember, immediately start writing down or sharing whatever Swamiji is showing you. Never doubt, oh, I don't think this person would think of this, or I don't think this is what the person is thinking. Don't let your logic come in between. Just connect to Swamiji and start writing down whatever is revealed to you. Continue chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, I request all of you to also post, to start posting how many of you have manifested in this first round. And if any of you have any doubts, questions, if you feel stuck anywhere, please feel free to reach out to us and to ask your questions in the chat section below. And we will be happy to help you. Remember, when you start bringing awareness to your inner space, when you start bringing awareness to all of the chaos which is happening inside, automatically you will start, when you bring that space of listening, you will be able to understand the other person who is in front of you. Because when you start becoming sensitive to what is happening within you, automatically you will start being able to understand the other person in front of you, to be able to scan and see what image which they are projecting for you. Remember this context. Continuously unclutch from all of the thoughts, the doubts which are coming in your mind. Unclutch from everything. Connect to Swamiji. Continue chanting the Mahavakya. Just sit in a space of oneness and close your eyes and scan what the other person is projecting for you. And as you're manifesting, I request all of the participants, as you're manifesting, go ahead and share your experience, post your comments, post your results in the chat as you're manifesting.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
All of you relax.
Paramashivoham.
Yes. How was this experience? How was this power manifestation session? I request all of you to go ahead, share your experiences, and first, of course, verify with your partner and share with all of us. How was your experience while manifesting? How did you feel? How was it revealed to you? And how did you manifest? So I request all of you to start sharing. We are soon going to be moving on to the next session, which is living Advaita. So I hope all of you enjoyed this session. We are now going to be moving on to the next session, which is living Advaita.
Live Advaita. Understand? Living Advaita. Live Advaita means create whatever you want from the power of Advaita. Understand? Advaita is a simple basic truth. Simple basic truth. Like a sun rises in the morning in the east. You can't go on debate about it. The direction in which sun is rising, we call that as a east. The time when sun is rising, we call that as morning. These are simple factual understandings. So Advaita is also a simple factual understanding. Fact based on which you need to plan your life. It is not the subject to be debated. It is a subject on which you plan your life strategy. Advaita also is not the subject to be debated. It is the facts on which you need to plan the strategy of your life. I don't even want to use the word truth because it is loaded. I'll use the word fact, a simple fact. Advaita is a simple fact on which you can strategize your everyday activity, everyday action. Please understand, all of us are completely connected in the space of oneness. I am not saying all of us are one. All of us are in the space of oneness. All of us are in the space of oneness. If you see goodness from outside, you are in the space of completion inside. If you see bad things outside, you need to complete inside. Go on. Go on. Let every decision you make, let every thought you entertain, every word you utter, every word you utter, every action you do, let it be based on Advaita. Let it be completely based on Advaita. Understand? Living Advaita means your self-drive, your inspiration, your energy, your experience, your intelligence, everything operates from Advaita, from the truth and fact, sacred secret of the oneness. Understand? Digest Advaita more and more into your thinking. Digest Advaita more and more into your words. Digest Advaita more and more in your actions. Every simple digestion means even if you make a very simple decision, I will not use the word I and mine in my words, in my speak. When I speak in my speech, I'll use only the word we, us. even this simple decision will go on be reminding you, if you take it from the context of oneness. If you take this simple decision from the context of oneness, even this simple decision will go on be reminding you the Advaita. It will go on be reminding you the Advaita. Every day morning when you wake up, align yourself to that oneness. Every thought, every action, bring more and more Advaita into it. Please understand. Do not freeze yourself. Do not think you have grown up. Now nothing more can be done. Transformation is not possible. No. Every day the possibility for you to build a new personality, new body, new mind, new being is available, open. That availability is what I call life. Using that availability and making Advaita as a strategy, building a new body, new mind, new personality, new words, new thoughts, new actions is what I call living Advaita. Timili means extension of you. It is just extension of you. You will feel the whole Timili is just more hands, more heart, more brain, more legs. All our Hindu gods portrayed with many heads, many hands, many legs is nothing but they had that powerful Timili. Please understand, every one of you should have at least few people around you in this frequency where you experience tremendous friendliness with them and they experience tremendous friendliness with you. I tell you, you need to know, please understand, there may be million liter the arak in a shop, but you don't need million liter to get drunk. You can't drink million liter. If you drink some 10 liter, that's enough, that's a maximum. Same way, there may be the whole ocean, but for you to die, you don't need the whole ocean. Just some 100 liter water goes inside your body, you will die. Same way, there may be billions of people. For you to experience the ultimate enlightenment, you don't need to feel oneness with all of them. Understand, 11 people in your life, if you feel the non-dual experience of oneness, you will become enlightened. You don't need more than 11 people. The 12th person, you will be enlightened. Because your brain, your individual logic cannot retain its individual existence if you extend your oneness more than 11 people. When you feel oneness, because of the oneness, you will know whatever insecurity other person is feeling, you will know whatever desire or greed the other person is feeling, you will know the other person's space. Because of your knowledge, you will have love and compassion. Understand, anything becomes known to you, anything becomes part of your knowledge, you start loving it. Because you know that desire, greed, struggle, fear the other person is going through, when you experience Advaitic space with them, because of that non-duality, you love them, you become compassionate towards them, the relationship may become better. The rustic, raw, ground level truth should be your basic cognition. Understand? The rustic truth of life is non-duality. The raw truth of life is Advaita. It should become your basic cognition in whatever you do, in whatever you live, in whatever you touch, in whatever you handle, in whatever you see. Come to the truth, come to the clarity. Whoever may be in your Timili, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, whatever. Please understand, your completion with them or incompletion with them, they are not responsible. Irrespective of them,
You develop a pattern of incompletion with somebody else, somewhere else, and bring it and put it on these people. See, whether you put the gunny bag on them or silk shawl on them, you weaved it somewhere else. The poor fellow who is standing in front of you is nowhere responsible for the gunny bag or the silk shawl you are dumping on them. So understand, Advaita Satya is the only truth. Your incompletion with other person or your completion with other person is not responsible. Whether you are putting a silk shawl on that person, completion, or a gunny bag on that person, incompletion, other person is not responsible. It is you who stitched this pattern from your life. Understand? If you are feeling the other person is constantly abusing you, even if you remove the other person and put somebody else, even if you remove A and put B, in 2 days you are going to feel this fellow is also doing the same thing to you. Whether you are completion or incompletion, the other person is not responsible. When you start working with your team, face all your so-called difficulties. Listen, nothing is difficult on this earth, but you have to do it. The good news is nothing is difficult. The best news is you have to do it. If you don't do, you don't need to do, then what for life? Nothing is difficult. When you start relating with your teamily, please understand, the first thing will happen to you is your ability to speak into your listening will happen. I tell you, your intestine can be programmed immediately as you want. If you just know to speak into your listening, your intestine can listen to you immediately. Your intestine will just listen to you. Your heart will listen to you. Your liver will listen to you. I am telling you after experientially experimenting in last 2 days. Last 2 days I was diagnosing the root of this cough. And I was instructing the body, alter yourself, clean it. So the body said, if I have to do this much of work, the throat has to work this much, then I may need to recreate the whole throat and the whole organ with a new kind of a strength. Just give me a few days, I'll make it happen. Then I said, all right, till you do that. You don't need to wait for the stomach to become all right. You clear that. I saw clearly the root of the cough has stopped immediately. Now only the throat, the new system is getting built. Please listen. Please listen. I am on a national television and whatever I am speaking, I am responsible for it. I am telling you on a national TV, you can talk to your organs, you can talk to your body. It will listen to you. Only when you face your teamily, complete with them, when you learn to speak into their listening, simply you will see your teamily is nothing but the representations, mirrors of your heart, kidney, liver, brain. If your teamily is completely disintegrated, disorganized, your body is also disintegrated and disorganized. Your mind is also disintegrated and disorganized. Your mind has many components. Chitta, buddhi. Chitta means all the memory storage. Buddhi means which orders a special file to be drawn. For example, the moment you see somebody wearing the kavi color dress, you would have had a good and bad both with that color. If your buddhi orders the bad file and the chitta will supply that, that is what becomes incompletion. If your buddhi orders the good file and that is what the chitta will supply, and that only leads to friendliness. Understand? Whether your perceptions, sensory activities leads to more and more incompletion or friendliness is decided by the responsibility with which your buddhi behaves. The responsibility with which your buddhi behaves. Listen. Please understand. If your buddhi cognizes from the space of Advaita that everything, I am responsible, I am the source, then it always orders the right files to the chitta. So I am giving you the essence of the whole process today. The first step, form a teamily. Teamily means family plus team together. Persons with whom you are sharing your whole day. The person may be your senior officer or junior officer. He may be your employee or employer. He may be your subordinate or boss. The persons with whom you are sharing your home. It may be your kid, your father, your mother, your daughter, your spouse, husband or wife, even your maid, driver, whoever is living in and around you, whoever is living with you, around you. Unfortunately, all the English words are too small. The word Bandhu Mitra, what it means in Sanskrit can never mean friends and relatives in English. In Sanskrit, the depth of the word Bandhu Mitra can never be translated by the word friends and relatives. That is why I am struggling and using so many words. People who live around you, with whom you share your life and all that. In Sanskrit, just these two words, Bandhu Mitra, your teamily, your team and family. Make a list of your team and family. Decide you will live in the space of completion with all of them. First, form a teamily. Second, decide you will live in the space of completion with all of them. Please understand, for each of these instruction, why, I already spoke last 1 month. How, why, all that I have spoken last 1 month. Today I am just specifically going to only give the instructions, like capturing the gist. Third, form a clear identity which you want to live. Authentic inner identity which you want to live. Authentic outer identity which you want to live. Authentic others image means the image which others want to feel about you. The image, what is the image you want others should experience about you? And life image, what is the image you want to experience about life? Pen down all these 4, elaborate, detailed way, and as the support of your teamily, tell them, this is the way I am going to build myself. Can you all support me? Help me by giving the feedback. What all the incompletions I have to complete? What all the way I have to transform myself to be this authentic personality? Asking the feedback of your teamily. When your teamily gives the feedback, you need to sit and contemplate, to track back, trace back all those incompletions in you, how the patterns developed in you and became those incompletions which your teamily is pointing it out. This is the tricky area. If you tell your teamily, I want to be remembered by all of you as a loving, caring person. Your teamily says, then you need to develop more trust on us. As of now, the trust is not enough. Then look back. When this distrust pattern starts, you make the list of all the incompletions you need to complete. Your teamily's feedback is like a raw understanding. You tracking back and tracing back to the source of patterns, root incidents from when you developed those incompletions. I gave you one example. If you declare your other's image, I want every one of you to perceive me as loving, caring person. Your teamily gives you the feedback. You may have to raise your trust on us more. That's the incompletion we find. Then you need to sit and trace back. When you started developing this distrusting pattern, those incidents, pen down. Now all the feedback your teamily gave and the tracking back, tracing back you did, which is available in front of you, is the incompletions you need to complete. That is the incompletions you need to complete. So listen, ध्यान से सुनिए, please listen. Once you list all the root incidents, root patterns, incompletions, now It is time for you to complete. I tell you, the moment you pen them down and identify your incompletions, they lose power over you. They lose power over you. Sometimes people ask me, how to know Team Lee's feedback is right? Be very clear. Anything Team Lee gives as a feedback, take it as right. Don't even have the problem whether Team Lee is right or wrong. Anything Team Lee gives as a feedback, take it as right and trace back, track back. If it is not right, don't worry. Naturally, those incompletions will not be there. If it is there, complete it. If it is not there, enjoy it. That's all. Describe all your incompletions in detail. Just by understanding, most of them will lose power over you. And the remaining, if there are few, sitting like a small wound, like a pus, just few days, complete them and drop it. It will disappear. Nothing to be worried, nothing to be bothered.
Living Advaita is one of the most important principles for all of us to understand. Swamiji tells life happens outside of us. What we live, how we experience, the way we see life, life happens on the outside. Life does not happen on the inside. It is not what you experience within you alone is life. You are alone not making up your life. You may be thinking, what? My life, right? It just works the way it is. My life, it is what happens to me, whatever I experience is my life. But this is only partial truth. The complete truth is everyone around you is an extension of you. Whether you're grumpy boss, whether you're angry wife, whether you're naggy son, every one of them are a reflection of you. You feel like someone doesn't understand you? That person is only reflecting a part of you, your own part of you, which doesn't understand you. Do you feel someone nags you a lot? They're a reflection of your own part of you, which keeps nagging you. Someone hates you a lot, there's a part of you which hates yourself a lot, which is what is reflected here. Life around us is a reflection of who we are. How many of you understood and clicked with this? How many of you clicked with this? Can I request all of you to put yes in the chat? How many of you are understanding this? How many of you are cognizing this truth? Come on, Ma Sonia Rao, Ma Gomati Kalaiselvan, Ma Maria Kalinina. Okay, thank you, Ma Herisla. Come on, how many of you understood this? Ma Ratna Prabha, Ma Supragyana Sarupini, Ma Diana Spiller, Weeping Zoo, Ma Yan Zong. Thank you, Ma Saroj. Ma Tanja Devarne, Ma Fenzu. Can I request every one of you to put? Okay, my group is saying yes, wonderful. We can change a lot of things. The way we see life, the way we experience life, how we perceive people around you, it is not on the outside alone. It is a reflection of what is inside of you that you experience on the outside. Living Advaita is all about correcting the part inside of you which reflects as the person outside of you.
Understand the issues that we face, which we think that I'm having this issue because so and so person did to me like this. We keep on blaming people outside of us. Am I right? Look at your own problems. Look at the problems that you have with your relationships. You think your life is like this because somebody did this to you, somebody did that to you. Why you didn't achieve your dreams? Oh, I tried really hard, but this person didn't let me achieve my dreams. Why are you having conflicts in your relationships? Oh, because my spouse, he keeps fighting with me. He keeps doing this to me. He keeps doing that to me. We always point our fingers outside. But what we're going to be working on right now is how you can change it inside of you. I have a question to ask all of you. Let us say that I hurt my forehead and it's bleeding. Okay. I go and stand in front of the mirror. I look at my own reflection. What exactly am I going to see in the mirror? What will I see? I hit my forehead, it is bleeding, and I'm going to the mirror. What exactly do I see in the mirror? Come on, take a moment, type it out. What will I see in the mirror? Because yeah, I'm going to see my reflection, but what exactly am I going to see? Of course, my forehead bleeding. That's what I'm going to see in the mirror. Now, I really want to fix this. And I go and I try to put medicine, I put the band-aid on the mirror. Will the bleeding stop? Will it stop? If I'm going to go to the mirror and I'm going to put the band-aid on the mirror. Nithyananda, I request everybody's listening and I also request all of your participation. Please take a moment and answer. If I'm having a wound and there's a blood, it's bleeding, and I go and see in front of the mirror and I try to put the band-aid on the mirror, will the bleeding stop? Answer is a simple no, right? Like many of you are saying. Virupaksha, that's right. No, I am bleeding, not the mirror. That's perfect. Vasaroja is supposed to, you should put the band-aid on the source of the bleeding. Very good. Actually, you all have got it. I know it's a very simple example, but that's exactly how we function in our lives. You have a problem. You have a wound. You are the one who's having an issue. You're projecting it on life. And that is why you keep seeing in life, that is what is reflecting. You are the one who's reflecting it on the life, which is the reason why life is reflecting to you in a certain manner. Even though so factually you do see there are problems coming from the outside world, actually, it's inside of you. Factually, you might be seeing things outside. You might see, no, you don't know. I never had this incompletion with anyone else, but just my boss, he's all the time firing me. He's just putting me down. All right. Look into your life. Probably that's the same thing you had about your class teacher when you were just 7 or 8 years old. You are reflecting that outside of you. Now, it's very important that we attend to this very, very intensely. Experiencing oneness with at least 11 people will make us experience oneness with a whole. 11 people, just 11 people if you can in your life to be able to maintain completion with them, with your whole universe, whole cosmos, you will be experiencing oneness. Let's understand a little more on what exactly is living Advaita. Living Advaita means creating whatever you want from that space of Advaita oneness. Advaita oneness is a simple truth. Every day sun rises in the east. You cannot say, oh, well, today I'm going to turn towards the west and since the sun has raised from west. Sun is not going to bother about which direction you're keeping the window in. It's a simple truth. Same way oneness, whether you believe it or not, oneness is a simple truth. That's the reality. Now, you're going to understand that you are the source of everything. And from this cognition, you're going to work on building a team lead. Now, you're going to first identify at least 11 people. Take a few minutes. Please identify 11 people. Well, let's build a team lead. Team lead means identifying people with whom you share your day, with whom you're living around you. It might be your family, it might be your friends. Team plus family is team lead. Whoever you share your good, bad, and your life, your joy, your pain. It can be your co-workers, it can be your colleague, your family members with whom you share your house with. It can be your pet, anyone. Whoever, in the way how you can identify this team lead is very simple. In a day, at least 3 times. If you're remembering that person, if they're part of your inner space 3 times, then they are very much part of your team lead. So that's what you're going to be identifying right now. Take a few minutes, sit now, and let us all work on building our team lead. Anyone has any question, feel free to ask. Any question you might be having, you could post it here in the chat. But this is a very important exercise that all of us are going to be working on right now. Please get started. Identify at least 11 people who will be forming your team lead. It has to be minimum 11. If you're not yet having 11 people, then you should be working on expanding yourself to have those 11 people. Let us start now.
Hope all of you have finished writing the first step. Now, let us enter into the second step of this process. In the next step of this process, listen very carefully. Have all of you finished writing step 1? Can I please request all of you to put yes in the chat? You have completed step 1 of the process. This is a very elaborate process, and it's very important that we all complete all the steps so that we can have the best experience of the living Advaita process. See, this whole thing is a process to give you the experience of oneness with the people around you. The people with whom you manifest the experience of successful completion, oneness in relationship with them. Now, in the first step, all of you have written down 11 members, correct? Have you all finished? Minimum 11. Okay, Ma Hedy Flack has put yes, Ma Maria Kalinina has put yes, Ma Sanja Devani has put yes. Okay, come on, all the others, how many of you are still writing? Ma Agama Priya, have you finished? 11. You should have 11 people listed as part of your team, Millie. Okay, now listen very carefully. In the next step, what you're going to do is make a conscious decision that you will have the space of completion with all the team members. Write down all the incompletions first, then complete each incompletion with each member of your team lead. Okay, I'll explain what does this mean exactly. Then you write down, for example, you may have someone in your team lead who you feel is controlling you. It could be maybe your dad. You feel like he's very possessive. He's not allowing you to go out or have freedom to make decisions. He's very controlling of what decisions you can make. Or let's say you have a sibling who's overprotective of you. Or maybe you have a boyfriend who's controlling you, or you have a girlfriend who's too demanding from you. You could have any kind of these relationships. Of course, they all should be part of your team lead. Write down, sit with each one and write down all the incompletions that you have. All incompletions. Put the 11 people's names on one column, on the next column. Write down all the incompletions you have with every one of them. Let us take 5 to 6 minutes for this. Please start. I request every one of you to sincerely do this. How many of you finished second step? How many of you finished writing down the incompletions that you have with each members of your team lead? Can I request all of you to let me know in the chat? If you all finished step 2, you can put step 2. Kareem, so you're asking even if you're not close to the people yet, you have to write down yes. See, it is not about that. Anybody whom you are sharing your life with, at least once a day you remember them. It could be like your boss, or it could be some colleague, someone whom you share your life with. They're having a role to play in your everyday life. You have to write it down. Even it could be your friend, okay, who's very dear to you, who's very nice to you, but you don't speak to them for, let's say, more than monthly once you speak to them. Then no, you should not write it. So even if it's someone who's not close to you, but they're a part of your life, you have to write it down. Okay. Now, for those of you that have finished this second step, they're going to be entering into the third and the most important steps. I request everyone to provide your complete listening for this, as this is a very important step. Ma Komati, ma Maria Kalina, ma Sonia, ma Margarita, have you all finished? Okay. Now listen very carefully. Each of you have written down the incompletions that you hold against each of them, correct? Now, you're going to be identifying, completing with them about the incompletions that you carry with them.
See, first, the most important step is for you to go back and identify what are these incompletions? How are these incompletions even coming inside of you? From where are these incompletions coming inside of you? For example, when you are having an incompletion with this particular person, it is not starting from that particular incident alone, but it is starting from probably when you were much younger. Probably when you were, when you have an incompletion with your mother-in-law. This would have been the exact same incompletion that you had in your childhood with probably your aunt. Or you might have built that up when you were in your school. Some incompletions that are there built up in your childhood get carried over and affect your futures. That is what is sitting inside you. You project them. You will see if you have an incompletion towards a certain person in a certain manner. Trace back and see. You will see in your life there will be series of people who are exactly like that, who manifest with the exact same mental setup, exact same behavior patterns, exact same way you will be having incompletions with them. You feel that somebody is controlling you. That's the same thing you would have felt when you were a child with someone else. It might be right now you might be feeling that with your spouse, but that's what you felt when your teacher told you something, or that's what you felt when your father told you something when you were very young. You need to identify those incidents, and that is what you need to sit and do the completion with. How many of you understand?
Nithyananda, apologizing for the technical glitch. You all had lost the audio in between. So now we've all written down the incompletions, right? The most important thing, like Mata Dr. is sharing, if you are going to complete with someone, it is not about you telling, oh, you are wrong, this is not right, right? This happened in my life and you are the reason for it. No, that is not completion. At the same time, completion is not taking yourself down with the guilt trip. It is not about you telling yourself, oh my God, because of me only all this happened. No. Completion with others is a very powerful science. There's a very clear process using which you complete with others. It is neither a guilt trip, nor it is like an extraordinary thing that you have to take all the blame on yourself, or it is not about blaming others. It is about you having the ability to bring yourself back to the space of completion by identifying the source, the root or the blind spot, why you see what you see. We all project incompletions on people. Like you may see that your teacher is very, very controlling. But actually, if you look back in your life, you'll find a number of people who is very controlling. You have projected the feeling of controlling on all of them. Are you all catching it? So let us first actually understand what completion with others means. It's a very elaborate science. How do you complete with others? What does completion with others mean? Swamiji has given a very clear step-by-step process, which is a part of this living Advaita process. So before you all do not call anyone yet, do not reach out to anyone, you're going to be taken through the process step by step. Sometimes you may feel like, I have been wrong. Someone who has been controlling me, and because of whom I have missed things and I'm incomplete about it, why should I go and complete with them? We may have these questions, right? Sometimes we feel like people have genuinely been wrong to us. But is completion about identifying who's right or wrong, or how exactly do you complete? If you complete for something, do you become wrong? We will be learning answers to these questions in the next part of this session. In the next part of this session, we're going to be now listening and understanding the process of completing with others.
Once Ganesha and Subramanya, both of them have decided to have a challenge that who will quickly go around the world 3 times. Subramanya, as you all aware, has his own flight, peacock. He just sat on his peacock, started flying, crossing the continents, crossing the oceans, hills, once, twice, thrice. He completed and came back. He saw this Ganesha, heavy guy. His vehicle is a rat. But this fellow claims he won the game by going around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. He says, I won the game. I went around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. With this rat, what else can be done? Yanayai eliyuduttu kondu pogum adisayam. Tamil I described, the rat is dragging the elephant. What will happen? That much is the capacity. But finally, Ganesha declares, I won the game. I went around the Shiva and Parvati 3 times. Subramanya asks, how can that be? Very beautifully, Ganesha says, you went round your world, I went round my world. Understand? You went around your world, I went around my world. You went around your world, I went around my world. You need to catch this truth. The world, my world. This is the sacred secret. The world is binary, logical, arithmetic, scientific, universal. My world is emotional, based on faith, beliefs, experiences of individual perceptions, realization of individual identity's expression in its fullest form. My world is totally different from the world. When my world is completely in tune with the world, you are a Jivan Mukta. When there is no conflict between my world and the world, please understand, people who are always going around the world are caught in agitation, anger, stress, rajas. People who are completely caught in my world sometimes can miss the world. Here, Ganesha is successful not just because he was centered on my world, he was centered on my world which was in tune with the world. He was completely experiencing my world, the Ganesha's my world and the world is one and the same. Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. Understand? Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. I'll give you a clear picture. How ordinarily people are caught between my world and the world and start preferring between these two, someone. When you start preferring the world, your whole life ends in depression. You are drained in my world. When you start preferring my world, sometime you can lose your balance and get into some fantasies and whims and fancies. My world should expand and grow and completely should be in tune with the world. Ganesha is my world and the world. Both are in tune because Mahadeva, Shiva and Devi. Please understand, Shiva and Devi are really the world and Ganesha also experienced Shiva and Devi as my world. Please understand, they were really cosmos and he is also experienced them as cosmos. So the my world and the world has fallen in tune as the experience of Ganesha. So he going around Shiva and Devi is literally going around the world. Even though he said he went around my world, in his case the my world is the world. Usually human beings
who give preference only for the world become extraordinary materialists, but end up in spiritual poverty, depression, utter depression. Same way, people who prefer only my world sometimes end up in hallucinations without falling in tune with the world. Understand, the world can't be rejected as you think. Misunderstandings about the world should be rejected. For example, fire is the world. Your fears and misunderstandings about fire should be rejected, not fire itself. You can't reject it. Its existence cannot be denied. Maya is the ideas which are not in tune with the world, but you are carrying about the world are Maya. Maya is the illusory ideas you carry about the world, not the world itself. When you carry the right idea, when you understand the right ideas about the world, you will realize the world is made of the same stuff in which my world is made. Understand? I am giving a new twist. First statement I am making. The fire, earth, water, air, space itself cannot be denied. Your wrong concept about it is Maya. But when your wrong concepts about it is removed, it loses the identity which you are thinking it is having. One example. The fire. You have fear about fire. That fear is called Maya. But fire itself is not Maya. When the fear is completely lost in you, when you are in tune, suddenly you realize what stuff is a base material for you. Same stuff is base material for that. You are in tune already. You can play with it, conquer it, go beyond it. Catch it if you can. It's one of the very, very, very subtlest truths. The discrepancy between my world and the world in ideological level is conflict. Discrepancy between my world and the world in practical level is poverty and failure. The discrepancy between the my world and the world in the emotional level is depression. The discrepancy between my world and the world in the conscious level is illusion. Next, Subramanias. Muruga. First, he goes around the world. As usual, when you go around the world, you will get into an intense rajas. In that extraordinary rajas, when you claim the victory, he comes back to see already somebody has won the game. It is like, we have a very beautiful story about Bharata, in whose name the whole Bharat is named. He suddenly felt he should conquer the whole world and conquers, reaches the peak of the Meru hills, which is mythological basically in Hindu tradition, to establish his flag. When he goes there, suddenly he finds 10 million flags are there. Means before him, 10 million people have conquered the world. All their flags are there. He felt, oh God, where did I land? Then Brahma appears and says, oh my son, do not think you are the first one to conquer the world. Before you, millions of Bharatas have come. Millions of conquerors have come. All of them have conquered this world and claimed it is theirs, it is theirs, it is theirs. For this period, you are claiming it is yours. That's all. Then Bharata realizes, wow. That realization, click, makes him go for doing tapasya. And in the tapas, he becomes enlightened. How to be in tune with the world and my world. The balancing of the world and my world happens. Please understand, if you don't balance the world and my world, even if you conquer, it will be suppression of the world, it will get back to you as tsunami. The materialistic civilization is conquering the world without balancing my world. which is leading to all ecological imbalances, all natural calamities. Here, just like Bharata, Muruga comes back after going around 3 times the world, sees Ganesha sitting contently, radiating, and that gives Muruga initiation, click. So he goes to a private place, Palani, stays there and does tapas, by becoming a sadhu. He becomes a sadhu, leaves everything, goes there and establishes himself in my world. When he is in tune with the world and my world, in the tapas in Palani, he becomes enlightened and starts radiating enlightenment to the world. Understand? The world and my world. You need to understand the whole story in right angle. Don't think he went and stood there in anger and Avai came and sang some songs and then he went away back to Shivan. It is a cinematic version. Exactly this is what has happened. Subramanya, when he sees just the success in the world is not the ultimate. You need to balance, understand, tune with my world and the world, then conquer, then go beyond. Without in tune, any effort to conquer the world leads to great chaos in the world and my world. The restlessness in my world, natural calamities in the world. Extraordinary restlessness in my world reflects as natural calamities in the world. Understand? All the civilizations which is suffering with extraordinary attention to the world without balancing my world are suffering with too much of natural calamities. If you study, you will understand this truth. Natural calamity means the whole civilization is too much about the world. The balancing of my world is not happening. History should be in tune with mythology. Logic should be in tune with emotion. Facts should be in tune with truth. Binary should be in tune with zero. Understand? The binary logic, linear movement, should be in tune with circular movement, logic based on zero. The Indian rishis were able to discover zero just because they were able to understand the secret connection between the world and my world. Only a person who can comprehend the deepest secrets of the world and my world can comprehend the power of zero. Zero cannot be mathematically understood. It is just a theory. If you want to experience zero, you need to make the world and my world in tune. Tuning my world into the world is the samyama you are expected to do to fall in tune with the elements, fall in tune with the nature by Patanjali. I think this is a very sharp truth, very sharp concept. If you just understand this one story, Ganesha going around and Subramanya going around, you will see, are you going around the world or my world? Are you too much centered on my world or the world? Second, is your my world is really in tune with the world? Is your my world is complete right experience of the world, and the concept you carry about the world in my world, are they your beliefs or experiences? If Ganesha was just believing Shiva and Devi is his world, he wouldn't have won the game. Not only Shiva and Devi should be the world, Ganesha should be experiencing it. Listen, completion with yourself is more like a spiritual practice. It is with completion with others, the life itself starts. Listen, it is from the completion with others, life starts. The completion with others, I can say, this was the greatest contribution of Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda's greatest contribution to Hinduism. He brought this idea of completion with others to the front. Completion with others is a spiritual quality, that's all. It is necessary for enlightenment. Unfortunately, we always got the idea if you have incompletion with others, Run away to the higher planes where less people are there. No, that is not a solution. That is not a solution. Completion with others is the basic necessity, the basic quality you need for enlightenment. Understand? People sometimes ask me, how do I know whether I am suppressing or completing? If you are able to be in the space of completion with others, you are completing inside you with you also. If you are not able to be in the space of completion with others, then inside you are not completing with yourself, you are only suppressing. So the scale to find whether you are completing or suppressing, completing or brooding over, completing or waiting for a chance to take revenge. I have seen many people. In the name of completion, now I am completing, but I am not going to keep quiet. I will wait for time. When my time comes, I will tell you what to do. I will do what needs to be done. Completion with others is a spiritual practice. Completion with yourself is like Mahadeva. Completion with others is like Devi. Devi is required for the life to happen. That is why in all our temples, I put Devi along with Mahadeva. I will not put Devi as a separate deity. Listen, completing with others. Others means not just only your father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister, the human beings around you. We will start the completion with everything with which you are living. Your wealth, your health, your bag, your seat, your pets, your car, your house. Please understand, all these are living part of your life. They may be dead objects, but they are living part of your life. See, a house may be a dead object, but it is a living part of your life. How many of you understand what I am saying? It's a very important component of your life. First, we will start completion with all the human beings with whom we are living. First step, completion with everything. With every human being. First thing you need to do is deciding, I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. I have to bring completion with whoever I am living. Even if they don't want, I will stretch my best and I will decide I am in the space of completion. Whenever they want, I am open to have them. I am open. I am going to be in the space of completion. Whenever they are also ready, it will become completely complete. Understand? Completion with others does not mean you are going to apologize to them. No. Apologizing is not completion. Asking sorry is not. So many people are saying, I want to apologize, I am sorry. No. I am sorry is not completion. I am deciding to drop hurting pattern in my life or any incompletion, misunderstanding, anything. I am deciding to drop and I am deciding not to bring them, not to give life to it again. See, past. You can't say you are wrong or you are right. No one can say you are wrong, you are right. It is not apologizing. It is not feeling sorry for the past. No. Deciding, I am dropping this incompletion, hangover of the past, and I will not allow this to happen once more. Completion is actually responsibility, not apologizing. See, apologizing or feeling sorry comes out of powerlessness, but completion comes out of responsibility. Understand the difference. Please listen. See the difference. Now, when I am saying you need to complete with your mother, with your father, with your brother, with others, I am not asking you to apologize. I am not asking you to call them and say, oh, sorry, oh, sorry, oh, sorry, bus, bus. No. No. Feeling sorry comes from powerlessness. That is not completion. When you call, you explain, this is what has been perceived by me. Here, I am not interested in looking into you are wrong or I am wrong. That will only create more and more anger, hatred, and suppressed violence. I am only saying one thing. I am ready to drop the past and its powerlessness, incompletion. I am declaring I am dropping the past and I am complete. I don't have incompletion. And I will not create any incompletion anymore. Your decision and declaration, when it reaches them, you will suddenly see they also open up and start coming towards completion. But first, you need to be prepared.
Swamiji gave the exact process of how we should complete with others. Completion with others is not apologizing to others, nor it is taking the guilt on yourself, nor it is blaming others. And there's a very beautiful example Swamiji gives to understand this better. How many of you understood completion with others clearly now? Can I request all of you to put yes in the chat? How many of you have understood what exactly is the definition of completion with others? Can I request you all to put yes in the chat? Okay, thank you, Ma Sonia Rao. How about the others? Ma Maria Kalinina, Ma Priyadashni Chakrabarti, Ma Maria Vasconcelos. How many of you understood completion with others? Ma Karin is saying in theory. Okay, Myrene, yes, yes, yes. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ma Saroj. Now listen very carefully. I'll explain to you all what exactly is completion with others meaning. Life that is shown to us. Swamiji made a very, very important statement. Swamiji said, everyone in front of you, even your worst enemy or your best friend, both of them reflect one part of your own self. Now I'll explain to you all what it means. Okay, let's take an example. At the age of 7, you really want to go out and play. You see your friends having birthday party. You really want to go and be a part. So you go and ask your father, saying, Father, I really want to go and I want to be a part. All my friends are going and I will be the only one missing. But please, can I go? He tells no. And then you feel missed out. And again, it's a very, very important event for you. You want to go, you want to be a part. And your father denies to buy you a game that you ask. And he only restricts you with what he wants you to play. He says the video game is too violent for you. So he buys you just some toy car. You feel so rejected and you feel like your desire is being controlled by your father. Now, let's not get into whether it's right or wrong. Okay, let's come back to that later. So you form a strong conclusion inside of you that your father is controlling your desires. You feel like he's so controlling. He wants you to buy only what he wants you to buy, not what you want to buy. You form a very deep incompletion inside of you. But then as you grow up, when you become 8 years old, 9 years old, you move on. Next, from your father, you go into school. You ask your teacher that you really want to be part of culturals. You don't want to study at that point in time. You have to go. You want to be part of the culturals. Your teacher says, no, your scores have been bad. She wants you to be part of the semester, score well. So she tells you to take that additional tuition classes. Because of which something that you love the most, your culturals, you've missed out. Again, you feel your teacher is evil. She's extremely controlling and she's not allowing you to choose your desire. At the age of 7, you form a strong opinion inside of yourself, saying how you project life. Like you are saying that life does not allow you. Your father is life at that point in time. So you're saying life doesn't allow you to choose your desire. Life controls you and wants you to choose only what it wants you to choose. Then you move on from your father. You carry this incompletion, but it gets buried in layers of other things. You proceed next back to the teachers. Next, let's say you have friends. You go to high school. You have your friends, and you want to really be part of a sports day event, but your friends want you to come with them for an outing. And they're extremely controlling of you. You're not able to be part of an event because they peer pressure you. They put so much of pressure, so you are forced to make the choice. Of course, you didn't want to let go of your friends. You didn't want to hurt them, so you choose being part of the trip. Again, it hurts you deeply. You feel like your friends are so controlling of you. After some time, you get into a relationship. It's the same issue there. You feel like your fiance, your partner is very controlling. He or she doesn't want you to do what you want to do. They're extremely possessive of you. You go to your office. You like a certain project. You want to do a certain way, but your boss says no. You have to do it this way. Again, you feel controlled. You get married. You feel your husband or wife is controlling you. So the people might change, but do you see from the 7 years old till you become 70 years old, every relationship you get into, you keep feeling that they're controlling you. But here is factually speaking, is it just the person in front of you that is controlling you, or is it your way of looking at life? You're projecting the pattern of controlling on life. How many of you are catching this? If you look at this, then in the same situation, let's take the example of your friends calling you for an outing and you sacrificing your sports day event just because you don't want to hurt them. The same thing for another person could be that, okay, for them the same decision will be a joyful decision, or they'll choose a sports day event over their friends. The same situation can mean different for different people. We perceive life based on our patterns.
Actually, this we can also see in various other situations too. It's not just perceiving people based on our patterns. We even project that as reality outside. The people, the kind of situations we manifest is from what we have inside. Okay, Ma Karin Siva is asking. Yes, I got it with the second part in theory. Ma, can you just put what is the exact doubt you have? Like which part you're not taking, which you feel like you do not know how to apply it in real life. If you could just put it, we can help you further understand it. No? Because completion with others is a very, very, very practical, very powerful tool. Okay, great. See, understand, the completion that you do with others is actually starting a completion with yourself. It's just a simple decision. No more I am going to entertain this pattern in me. This hurting pattern. Simply will be complete, other person will be complete. This time, I shared this experience before. First time when I learned about completion with others was when I joined Gurukul in first 3-4 days. And it was very, very, very powerful experience for me when I first did it. When I had joined Gurukul, it was a time, I think it was in May, June time, where a lot of new kids also had joined Gurukul. And for me, it was completely new. I was not aware of the lifestyle there. I was not aware of anything else over there. I just joined Gurukul. And after that, only learning things. At that time, there's one other kid who also was new, who also had joined. And we both used to keep having, like, she was a year younger to me, and she used to come and try annoying me, try disturbing me a lot. So I used to call her, I used to tell her saying that, oh, you're bullying me, you're annoying me. I used to keep telling her this, and she used to get very incomplete. This was happening. I was at that time, I think I was 13 years old, and that kid probably was 12 years old. So this kept happening. And went on for 3 days, 4 days. And it went to such an extent that I would not talk to her. She wouldn't talk to me. Now when I see it, it sounds so silly. But at that time, it was very real for me. And I used to not talk to her. I used to not like her. And she used to not like me. She used to not talk to me. So the Balasans around me, they were like, what's going on? Why are you, why are you getting into this? And then I said, look, she keeps coming and annoying me. She takes these things off from me, just irritate me. She does this all the time, etc. etc. I was complaining like that. So the Balasan with me, she said, have you ever tried doing this process of completion? I didn't know that word at that time. I was like, what does completion mean? She explained to me what was completion. She explained to me how to do the process of completion. She told about how you need to go back to the situation, relive the whole thing, and you'll be able to be complete. I was like, okay, let me try it. It was like quite late in the night when I had this conversation. So she said, when you're going to sleep, that time you sit and do it. It'll automatically be complete. I went to sleep and I was closing my eyes. I was doing this reliving process, and then I just slept off. Even in my dream, I was actually continuing to do the completion with that kid. And in the dream, I actually went and actually completed it in my dream. Physically, I didn't go and talk to her or anything. The next day, we were all going for Rudrabhishekam, and it was early in the morning. I was rushing ahead. I was rushing, like, packing my stuff to go to the hall where we offer the Rudrabhishekam puja, etc. So I was going for that. And by the time I went, it was getting really late. I wanted to take, there were some roses and some flowers which I used to love to offer to Swamiji during puja. So that used to get over if you don't go on time. So I was like thinking in a minute, I should go take that. And I was going. And I didn't know why, but I felt so light inside. Something was very different inside. So after I went, I saw that kid who I used to have this conflict with, she was standing at the other end of the hall. The moment she saw me, she just smiled and she ran and came and hugged. I was shocked. I had not, except for doing this process of completion the previous day, I really had not spoken to her. I had not spoken to her. I didn't do anything different. It was night and then this was early in the morning. I didn't understand what was going on. And then I asked her, hey, till yesterday you were not talking to me. If I come, you used to walk away. And what happened? She said, I don't know why. I just felt so complete with you. And from morning, I've been feeling extremely complete. And like I felt like I just want to be your friend. And that is why I collected this favorite flowers that you wanted. I collected it. Now when I say this sounds very small, but at that time, it created such a strong impact in me. That's when I understood it is not what problems, incompletions we are having. It's not related to that person. If you complete, you can bring a change even in the external situations, external people. The process of completion is way too powerful. If you do this process of completion with others, not just you will be complete with them, they will be complete with you. And they will the whole relationship will flourish so beautifully. So this is this process of completion that all of us are going to be doing.
Now let us enter into the process itself. Each of you have written down the team members. You have written down the incompletions that you have. In the next step of this process, write down what exactly are the incompletions the source of that incompletion, right? Write down the D word, the my world perception of the D word. Write down in elaborate detail, what was the exact situation, what was your my world perception, what was the D world perception. For all the team members that you've written down, all the team members that you've listed down, right? Just write down clearly what is the exact process. What is the exact my world perception of it? What is the exact D world perception? What is the fact? Actually, what happened? Like, actually, you were stopped. Okay, you asked your father, he told you a no. But how did you perceive in your my world? You perceived that he restricted you, he didn't want you to enjoy anything in life, he doesn't like you having good things, he is so controlling of you, he's very demanding of you. You have all these extra thoughts inside of you, correct? So just pen down what is the exact D world incident as it happened. Well, how did you perceive it in your my world? So you're going to write situation, the D world, and the my world. So you all start. Please take a few minutes. Let's take 5 minutes for this. Now, in all the steps you have written down, in all the situations you have written down, call each person that has reflected this to you. Call each one of them. Send out all the incidents, and you're going to be invoking those relationships in Swamiji's Atma Murti. First thing, understand all your team members. Invoke invoke them in Swamiji's Atma Murti. You're going to be speaking to the Atma Murti, and you're going to be completing that relationship in life. Understood? Please take a few minutes. I request every one of you to very sincerely do this. Next, the each of the incidents that you have written down, please call your friends with the understanding and complete with them. It is neither apologizing nor it is you blaming them. With the purpose of completion, reach out to them that you are completing with, explain to them and complete with them.
Yes, now after this very powerful living Advaita process, we are now going to be entering into the power manifestation. So we all did a very powerful process where we completed and we expressed that space of intense completion, that space of Advaita, right? Where we completed with our team lead, where all of you and all the participants completed with 11 of your team lead, 11 people of your team lead. And now you see that in that space of intense completion, Swamiji says that whenever we do completion, whenever we complete with anyone, whether it is yourself or whether it is the person in front of you or whether it is 11 people, 21 people, whenever you do completion, an automatic side effect, an automatic after effect of that is very powerfully you'll be able to manifest powers. And especially now, this process of living Advaita is designed personally by Swamiji to make all of us have that space where the powers will just manifest. And now it is not just one person or two people whom we completed with, but you completed with a minimum of 11 people. So that itself has a very powerful effect. That itself will show a very powerful effect. And the power which we are going to manifest also is directly related to this process which we did. And not only will you be able to manifest, but even the person who you completed with will also have a breakthrough. They will also see something shift in their reality, in their life. The power which we are going to be manifesting now is the power of consciousness over matter, where you would be rolling a coconut on the hands of the people you completed with. And Swamiji says that whenever the coconut moves, whenever the coconut cracks, at that time the incompletion which is there also breaks. It can be in you or it can be in your partner. So both of you will experience breakthrough at a practical level, because this is a science that Swamiji teaches us. When you do completion and when you manifest powers after that, you'll see how the completion reflects in the power manifestation. And you'll see just like that, in a matter of minutes, the coconut will roll. And when that energy is so intense, you'll see that it'll even start to crack. At that time, when you see the crack, when you see it move, at that time you'll know that some deep incompletion, some deep pattern which is there inside you also breaks. So we are just going to be holding the same space of completion. When just now when you completed with 11 people, you're going to be holding that same space of completion, and we are going to be starting the power manifestation now. So I request all the participants to, if you're already connected to the people whom you completed with, you can request them to get a coconut. A coconut would be best. Otherwise, any other fruit is also fine. Actually, the reason why Swamiji tells us to use a coconut for consciousness over matter is because the water which is there in the coconut is capable of holding high frequencies of energy. Water is a medium for holding energy, and because of that, the coconut is a really good, it's like an alchemy product which can help in the power manifestation. So it would be best if you have a coconut. Otherwise, you can get any other fruit which you have. Any round fruit, it can be an apple or an orange, any round fruit which you have. And once you're ready for the power manifestation, Once your partners have gotten the fruits, you can even post on the chat so that we can start. This is a really powerful round of power manifestation that you are going to do. So I request everyone to be ready. Once you're ready, we can start the power manifestation. You can even bring your aushadha. It can be the energized chandan, turmeric, or if you have basma, you can get whatever aushadha you have. That will also really help you in the power manifestation. Yes, and now when we are going to be manifesting this, your partner is going to be holding the coconut or whatever fruit they have on their hand. They're going to be keeping their hand straight and holding it on their hand. And you're going to be putting your awareness on your third eye. And through all your three eyes, you're going to be just staring at the fruit in front of you or the coconut in front of you. Your partner has to hold it straight on their palm, and you will just look at it with all your three eyes and give the command through your third eye to that the coconut and the fruit has to move. In that space of completion which you have with your partner, just express that space of completion, and you'll see that when you're able to connect to the person in front of you, the coconut will just move on its own. You can call your whole teamly also, if all the 11 people or 21 people, whomever you completed with and did the living Advaita process with just now, you can call your whole teamly and you can manifest with them. So it can be even more than one person. There's no problem in that. You can call everyone, and you'll see that just radiate that same space of completion which you had when you were doing the process with them, when you were connecting to them, when you were talking to them. Just feel that they are a part of you. They are also the Paramashiva in you. And you should just be able to express yourself through them. You should become a clear channel for Swamiji to manifest through you and through the person in front of you, through your whole teamly. Now, when we are ready, we can start the power manifestation. So I request everyone to sit straight and ensure both the coconut and your partner's palm are both visible in front of the camera. Just visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Remember Swamiji in your third eye. And look at the fruit in front of you through your third eye. Just putting the awareness on your third eye. Intensely look at the fruit and start chanting the Mahavakya. Just unclutch from all the thoughts which are going inside you. Let only the Mahavakya vibrate inside your whole being. Intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, in that same space of chanting the Mahavakya, just give the command to the coconut or the fruit which is there. Give the command from that space of Paramadvaita, from that space of oneness with Swamiji, for the fruit to fall, to roll and fall off your partner's hand. Just from that space of consciousness, from that space of Paramadvaita, command the matter in front of you to move.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Yes,
Nithyananda
all of you can continue to manifest, and if any of you are seeing the manifestation happen, when your partner can also, you can keep, your partner can keep sharing with you. If you actually, you'll see that at the initial stage, the fruit or the coconut, whatever is there will start vibrating. Like I myself, I can share my experience to all of you. The first time when Swamiji initiated all of us into this power of consciousness over matter, it was in courtyard, and we all got coconuts which we had to manifest with. So I was sitting with another Balasant and we were manifesting for each other. And like for a long time, the coconut was just still. Like I was just holding and it was still. And suddenly I felt intense vibration and like my so much the heat, the amount of heat also increased. Like my hand was literally sweating and the coconut was vibrating so much. And I'm like, oh my god, like you could actually feel it. And even you'd be able to see the coconut vibrate and it will just feel so powerful. You just know that the manifestation has started. So you can even look for the vibration which is happening. And when you keep manifesting, when you just intensely connect to Swamiji, the energy will be so high that the coconut will just crack. Swamiji actually says that during consciousness over matter, if you see that all the coconuts which we used to manifest with, at the end, like after a certain period of time, all of them had cracks because of the amount of manifestation we used to do. So all of you can share your manifestation and your experience. How did you feel during the manifestation? Were you able to manifest, and what was your experience? That is the most important. How did you feel? You can even share with your partner. Your partner can tell what breakthrough did they feel. Because you'll see that when you move the fruit, when you move the coconut, at that time some incompletion and some obstacle which is sitting in your inner space will also move. You'll complete with that also. So I request everyone to share what was your manifestation and experience from this whole process.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
I could actually see that many of you were intensely doing the whole process and the manifestation. So I'm sure all of you would have surely manifested, even if some of you feel that I was not able to see it happen or I don't feel the manifestation has happened, then don't worry because Swamiji says that the manifestation has started happening. It's just that it takes a little more time for it to be physically seen, for us to be able to see it. And when you keep practicing this, it is not necessarily only during the session or during the class that we can manifest. Manifestation is a lifestyle. And when you keep practicing, you'll see that you'll actually be able to see the manifestation happen.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham
And now we are going to be moving on to the next session where where we would be learning from Swamiji about the stepping stone of living Advaita.
Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. The absolute compassion, absolute love manifests with cosmic vision about life. I should say that today's message can be understood completely. Listen to this message. If your vision expands, you ooze, radiate absolute compassion, absolute love, which is power. Understand? Neither compassion nor love is weakness. Both are power. Delusion is weakness. Neither compassion nor love is weakness. It comes from the power of the cosmic vision. And I want you to know whenever you manifest powers, suddenly your being becomes matured. And it starts radiating more and more love and compassion. I have always seen very good power manifestors are absolute non-violent. They just feel everything related to violence is irrelevant. Please listen. The core source material is love. Love is Paramashiva. The source material of Paramashiva, the source happening of Paramashiva, the core happening of the cosmos, cause, karana, karya, result, action. The source material, mulya of the karana and karya, Paramashiva, Param, that core is the pure love. Understand? This whole universe is nothing but multiple versions of that core love. That's all. Whether it is the planet Earth, sun, moon, you, the best of your life and worst of your life, best of your perception and worst of your perception, best of your experience, worst of your experience, all are different versions of love. When I utter the word love you, understand you are absolutely loved and protected and safe. Especially if you resonate and feel connected with that word love, when I say love you, I tell you, this extraordinary grounding Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me with his tremendous love made me extremely integrated and very grounded. Listen. Not being grounded is one of the worst suffering modern day humanity is facing. That is why so much of revolt, anger against everything. It's not that people are angry with some political system, economical system, religious system. Everywhere I am seeing people are angry about everything because one of the important thing the modern day humanity is missing is teaching the children to be grounded. Understand? Only after I grew up, I feel grateful to my gurus. The way they grounded me with my integrity. Whether yoga or puja or the right powerful cognitions, the way they grounded me, something extraordinary. I can see same my age boys who grew up in Tiruvannamalai. The difference, the only difference is Arunagiri Yogeshwara grounded me. The extraordinary love and integrity. I tell you, it is not that because he showered love, he did not integrate me. It's not love of spoiling. The modern day parents, when they can't spend time with you, when they can't groom you, train you, be around you, they just give you gifts in the name of love. You also equate gifts to love and love to gifts. This whole habit of gifts is an absolute stupidity. It's a cunning way parents cheat the kids. When you can't spend time with them, groom them, integrate them, in the name of gifts, cheating them. I tell you. I'll really have to tell you. Understand? My gurus gave me love which made me integrated.
Yesterday, some devotee has asked me a question to me. Should I practice love, then I will reach the space of Advaita? I said, no. You will start practicing love from the context of Advaita. Advaita is not a goal. From the context of Advaita only you will even start practicing love. There is a big shift. Practicing Advaita and practicing love and becoming Advaita means first you will say, I am there and Mahadeva is there and we both, and I love him and all that. No. I am he is me, his reflection is this, and this reflection is that. Because of that, both love each other, both as that. Even the word both is wrong. Because you is me, me is you. You me has become you me. You is me, me is you. The you me, me you. What you call you me, me you experience only as love. Understand? The love itself should be from the context of Advaita.
Oneness becomes your reality with the love current of Mahadeva. Please understand, when you authentically experience love current of Mahadeva, the oneness you experience will continue to keep you retain the juice of celebrating Mahadeva. Understand? Today I wanted to expand on some of the most subtle points. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaivabhut vijanataha tatrako mohaka shokaha ekatvam anupashyataha. in one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings become the very self, then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Listen. The love current of Mahadeva leads you to oneness experience. After that, after the experience of oneness, the way you live will be the love current of Mahadeva. Understand? Love is not just a path for experiencing oneness. After experiencing the oneness, the utility value of life itself is love. If you start practicing love now, meditating on love current of Mahadeva, you will experience oneness, and after the experiencing oneness, the way you operate, the way you cognize, the way you move, the way you live, the way you exist, the whole thing will be same love in a different dimension. The oneness strengthens your ability to radiate love. Oneness, experiencing oneness, strengthens your ability to radiate love. And when you become all me, you lose the ability to celebrate the devotion. Understand? This one thing I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara when he was teaching me the Advaita. I said, everything is okay, but let me continue to retain my innocent devotion of touching, holding on to your feet when I sit next to you. Understand? Once he was trying to show me the power of oneness and Advaita, like he said that he was sitting facing north on the steps of the Kalyana Mandapam in Tiruvannamalai temple. In front of him, his samadhi. In the side, the main deity. The right hand side, the main deity, Garbhagriha. Left hand side, the hill, Arunachaleshwara. Arunachala hill. He said, this, that, all is me. Just see. When he moved the hand, I saw literally the Garbhagriha and the hill, whole thing merging into him. When he moved the hand, I saw they are back to their places. It's very easy to tell it's a delusion, but it was not, I know, because it was such powerful experience and such restful awareness. During this whole thing, I was sitting holding his one feet in the leg, saying that if I hold on to his feet, a lot of energy will come, power will come. Of course, when he showed that Advaita, the concept of energy will come, power will come has disappeared. It's completely disappeared. I just know he is one and I am just one with him. Then I asked him only one thing. Whatever may be the experience, let me just retain my ability to have this deep love experience, love current.
จองเที่ยวบินราคาถูก
To have this deep love experience, love current. Laughed and said, Advaita will only strengthen the love current. Advaita only will strengthen the bhakti.
I tell you, whether my love or my showing anger or whatever, I tell you, it is purely just to make you live Advaita. With all integrity, I can tell, keeping Kala Bhairava as a witness, everything from me, whether it is a loving body language, whatever words, whether it is a loving word or a sharp word, courteous word or very cut word, past, present, future, anything comes from me is purely, it has only one meaning. Oh my dear, live Advaita. That's all. Everything is based on the space of Advaita. I tell you, oh my dear ones, with tremendous love I tell you, do not be agitated to practice Advaita. And remember, my love is so powerful. It comes from Advaita. Allow it to sink in your life. When it comes back to me, by the time it would have made you Advaiti. Love of the Master engulfs you, fills you, completes you, and raises you to the space of Advaita and comes back as love for the Master. So just wait. Allow my love to sink in you. When a Master's love of the Master showered on you, suddenly you feel nothing in the world matters anymore. Matter does not matter anymore. You feel you are on the top of the world. Everything is forgotten. That is what I call Visishtadvaita. When the love for the Master starts in you, you feel in the world there is nothing else other than you and the Master. Nothing else matters. When the circle is complete, you understand there is no you and the Master, you the Master. I tell you, Advaita is the fact. It's a truth. Fighting with Advaita is utter foolishness. Saying, no, that it cannot be practiced is utter ignorance. Today or tomorrow, you have to land up only in that space. Already you postponed enough for janmas. Landing up in the space of Advaita. Now don't postpone anymore. No need to waste the life. All success happens from Advaita. All failures are happening from the fighting with Advaita. The space of Advaita, simple fact. I don't even want to use the word truth because it is loaded with too much of meaning. I just wanted to say it's a simple fact. Even if I drown, I know that waterway is not going to kill me. I know I'll swim, or water will leave me in safe place. When that love is experienced, you will be able to jump into that space of trust. Yes, I can walk on the water. I tell you, love is one of the most powerful stepping stone for living Advaita. I should tell you, I should dedicate 1 year for loving Advaita, then living Advaita will happen. Because most of you are stuck due to your inability to love. Understand, that is the ultimate, no doubt. But listen, the ultimate will start when you start practicing the love the way in which you know. The way in which you know. It is by practice the confidence to operate from the space of love starts developing in you. That will help you to take the jump to operate from the space of oneness. I tell you, loving Advaita will lead to living Advaita. The energy you radiate, that becomes unconditional love. Unconditional love is not dependent on any action you do. Even your breathing, you will be loving the whole world. Your existence, you will be thinking, what can I do further? How can I contribute further? Please listen. So do not deny if some of your acts are calculated conditional love. Don't deny the act itself. Go ahead with the act. You will see you get the confidence to radiate unconditional, uncalculated love. Don't stop the act of love, the function of love, because even if it is calculated, when you start functioning in the space of love, your confidence on love starts getting built. Your confidence on love starts getting built. Understand? That confidence will give you to radiate unconditional love. With the more and more act, the deeds, doings of love, this confidence on love, confidence on functioning out of the space of love starts developing. Please listen. One of the predominant thing you need to develop in your life is confidence to function out of space of love, because from there only you can take a jump to confidence to function out of space of oneness. See, in the space of oneness, there is no cunningness, there is no condition, there is no planning. The system which empowers you in the waking state is logic. The system which empowers you in the emotion, dream state is love. The system which can empower you in conscious state is Advaita. Understand? All your emotions, if you handle it with love, I am giving you 100% guaranteed authentic word. All your emotional ups and downs, mood swings, handle it with love. It will just empower you and you will never have any disease related to mind. Your fear, your phobias, your depression, everything, handle it with love. You will just be free from all mental, psychological, psychiatric disorders. This one word, love, is the Sarva Roga Nivarani for anything mental, psychological, psychiatric disorders. You don't need to go through these fussy diagnosis methods. All the problems of consciousness, all the problems of consciousness,
Nithyananda, we all have learned such amazing truths today. And now, every one of you that are joining with us here live right now, we have an exciting announcement to every one of you. Today, on the auspicious occasion of Deepam festivals, Deepam festival is the day when Paramashiva manifests as a huge column of light and merges Devi Parashakti into himself. Today, we are going to be witnessing the live darshan and receiving the blessings from Swamiji right now. Every one of you that are here, I know I can see a wide smile on people's faces as soon as I announce. The celebration has already started in Thiruvannamalai. This festival ritual is viewed by more than like there are millions of people who watch this festival every single year, Hindus all over the world. This is a very, very important ritual that is happening, and here we are all going to be celebrating it with Paramashiva himself. I request every one of you to please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. We will all now be receiving the darshan.
Please get ready. And today, just sitting here and receiving the darshan, receiving the Nayana Diksha is going to be so powerful. where not just that you are going to be seeing the darshan, Swamiji is going to be seeing you, and you will be receiving this very, very, very powerful Nayana Diksha. And on this auspicious day, all the things we learned from morning till now, that oneness is going to become a real reality for all of us. And let us all get ready to receive the grace and blessings of Swamiji on this auspicious day. Please sit at the head, neck and spine in a straight line, close your eyes, and chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham.
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ನಿತ್ಯ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ನಿತ್ಯ அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்த மானுடமாய் வந்து மாயையினால் பெரும் வீழ்வு நிலைத்தது நித்யானந்தா வேதியனாய் மனம் ஆழ்ந்து உணர்ந்திட தியானத்தை தந்த என் நித்யானந்தா வேற்றுமையின்றி வேண்டிடும் யாவர்க்கும் ஞானத்தை காட்டிடும் நித்யானந்தா தேற்றிட வாழ்வினில் காற்றனவே புகுந்தாண்டிடும் மையனே நித்யானந்தா அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா உறவென பற்றிடும் உள்ளங்கள் யாவைக்கும் உண்மையை உணர்த்திடும் நித்யானந்தா உண்மையை உணர்ந்திட உள்ளமும் உண்மையும் நீ என உணர்ந்தோம் நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா.
பித்தனே சித்தனே உலகோரின் பித்தெல்லாம் தெளிவித்து ஞான வித்தை தந்தவனே நித்யானந்த பெருவாழ்வின் பொருளானவனே நித்யானந்த பெருவாழ்வின் பொருளானவனே தியானக்கரம் நீட்டி எம்மை ஆண்டு கொண்டவனே அருள் தருவாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளவென மாறாய் துள்ளிகளும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவும் எண்ணளவும் இல்லாதே செய்வான் நித்யானந்தன் தான். எல்லாமே நான் என்றே நீயும் எண்ணாமல் மெய்ஞானம் தேடு, எந்நாளும் உன் வாழ்வில் கூடும் நித்யானந்தன் தான். பொங்கி வரும் வெள்ளவென மாறாய் துள்ளிகளும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவும் எண்ணளவும் இல்லாதே செய்வான் நித்யானந்தன் தான். ஆகாரம் எல்லாம் அங்கடியோடு மாறும் மிக வாழ்வில் என்றும் நித்யானந்தம் கூடும். ஜகமே மகிழ எந்நாளும் ஆனந்த மழை அருளாய் பொழிவான் தெய்வீகம் தன்னை தந்திட. தகமலை வந்த மகா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கே நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தங்கமலை வந்த மகா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கே நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. சொர்க்கம் என்றாலே அன்பு வழிதானே என்றே நீ உற்சாகமாக உணர்த்திட இன்பம் கண்டோமே. சொர்க்கம் என்றாலே அன்பு வழிதானே என்றே நீ உற்சாகமாக உணர்த்திட இன்பம் கண்டோமே. உள்ளமது சொர்க்கம் அதை அண்ட தன்னில் தான் தேடுது, உள்ளுரையும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை வீரம் உண்டாகுது. ஆடும் மடியாரை நித்திய தியானம் தன்னை தந்து இங்கு தேடும் சுக வாழ்வை தர நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் கொண்டு. தகமலை வந்த மகா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்த மகா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. உள்ளுக்குள் உண்டாகும் நித்ய ஆனந்தம் கண்டாலே உள்ளம் தெய்வீகம் கொண்டாடும் என்றாய் நித்யானந்தா நீ. கள்ளங்கள் இல்லாமல் கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் எந்நாளும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ. உள்ளுக்குள் உண்டாகும் நித்ய ஆனந்தம் கண்டாலே உள்ளம் தெய்வீகம் கொண்டாடும் என்றாய் நித்யானந்தா நீ. கள்ளங்கள் இல்லாமல் கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் எந்நாளும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ. நித்யாவன் பாதம் அதை கண்டாலே போதும், மெய்ஞானம் வாழ்வில் முறையாக குடியேறும். அகமும் தெளிந்தே ஆனந்த கூத்தாடி விட, குருவாய் வளர்ந்தான் மெய்ஞானம் எம்முள் வந்திட. தகமலை வந்த மகா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்த மகா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்த மகா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தங்கமலை வந்த மகா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. கட்டி தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தியானம் தன்னை செய்தாலது, பக்தியோடும் ஸ்ரத்தையோடும் நித்யா உன்னை பூஜிப்பது. பல நாள் தவமோ பல நாள் நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் இன்று இறையே குருவின் உருவில் வையம் காக்கும் எண்ணம் கொண்டு. தகமலை வந்த மகா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா.
பக்தி வரும் நித்தியம் தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க, சக்தி தரும் யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க. பக்தி வரும் நித்தியம் தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க, சக்தி தரும் யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க. ஏன் என்னன்னு கேட்டா அது எட்டு சோரக்காய போகும். சொந்த வாழ்க்கையில நீங்க அதை வாழ்ந்திட நித்திய ஆனந்தம் கூடிடுங்க. சொர்க்கம் அதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும், நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும். சொர்க்கம் அதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும், நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும். சோர்வு கூட மாறி பெரும் சக்தி ஆகிடும். சிகரத்தில் நீ ஏற ஒரு யுக்தி காட்டிடும். சோர்வு கூட மாறி பெரும் சக்தி ஆகிடும். சிகரத்தில் நீ ஏற ஒரு யுக்தி காட்டிடும். பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் வித்தை கீழத்தி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வெற்றி குதிரை ஏறியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான் வெற்றி குதிரை ஏறியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசம் தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம் நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்
ததரி என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலில் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலில் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட சீடான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா சீடான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீதவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா நிலையில்லாய வாழ்வில் நித்தியமாய் விளங்கும் ஆனந்தம் கரையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தடை செய்திடும் அடம்பனும் நிலையில்லாய வாழ்வில் நித்தியமாய் விளங்கும் ஆனந்தம் கரையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தடை செய்திடும் அடம்பனும் தடை தகர்த்து வெல்ல நித்யானந்தன் தந்த சூத்திரம் நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் இந்த உலகில் இணையில்லா வரும் நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் இந்த உலகில் இணையில்லா வரும் என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா ஆழியாய் விருந்து நிற்கும் கர்ம நிலை சஞ்சிதம் ஆழியாய் விருந்து நிற்கும் கர்ம நிலை சஞ்சிதம் வாழும் ஜென்மத்தோடு கொண்டு வந்த பிராரப்தமா சேருகின்ற ஆசைகளால் கூடிடும் ஆகாமியம் சேருகின்ற ஆசைகளால் கூடிடும் ஆகாமியம் வீழும் மூன்று கர்மம் நித்யானந்தன் வழி சென்றிட வீழும் மூன்று கர்மம் நித்யானந்தன் வழி சென்றிட என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும்